Hello, everybody, and welcome to the quadruple header we have today at Ludi tonight. I'm joined here by Matthew Mega as we're already starting off this night with a nice round one for Div 5 Insomniac Central versus Almanauts. How you doing tonight, Matt?
I am very excited. It's my favorite time of the season. Playoffs is starting, which means these teams aren't allowed to lose a singular match if they want to lose their bracket. And tonight, we have Division 5 playoffs. We have Insomniac Central versus Almond Nuts.
Yes, this is definitely going to be a nice start to Div 5, that top of the low-level bracket. This is the best of the best that the low-level scene has to offer, and I imagine both of these teams are looking to take home this first round, make sure that they don't go down. I imagine every single team in every single bracket, wants to get to be the best in the div, show that they're the best, show that they can get to that div higher, but it's just going to be a matter of what these teams are going to be bringing out to start out these playoffs.
So yes, indeed. I believe we're starting off on Tower Control Manta and following that Clan Blitz on Museum. And we're just going to have Rainmaker zones, and then it's going to be repeating. I'm actually super excited to see how they're going to be approaching this game. Tower Control Manta, actually one of my more favorited map and mode combinations. I don't know about you.
Our Manta definitely don't see that a lot, but I was gonna talk about the teams, but it seems like we're about to get started. Looking at the comps that we're gonna be seeing running tonight as we're already loading onto the map here. Gonna be seeing the weapons, and we're seeing, oh wow, there's some really interesting choices here. We got some Stringer and some junior action going on. Very nice to see. Definitely more unique on one side than the other. I feel like, 10 squeezer, shot, pencil, you do see those a lot, but very interesting to see both of those weapons.
Yeah, I mean, Stringer, I feel like Stringer's been popping up a little bit more recently. I've seen it a lot more often in some of these matches. And immediately we do see two down on the side of Insomniac and Jay on that sniper rider charging up their tactical. They're left alone to defend off that tower as it looks like Insomniac's going to move for that first checkpoint.
Yep, they're going to be moving for the first check, already whittling it away, going to be able to shred it as we're going to be seeing them try to push further and further. We're seeing Goo take a little bit of a different position as you would see for a junior, but they're trying to rise their big bubbler up, opting to put it in a very nice spot that could help defend a lot more. Big bubbler is definitely a lot more useful in tower control, like placing it near the tower instead of right on top of it. So that it takes a lot more time to shred that bubble for the opposing team. Very nice bubble placement there.
Yeah, and I mean, already we're moving on to that third checkpoint. They were able to get a lot of good picks here, but the Stringer is about to get thrown off that tower. And it looks like with the two down on the side of Insomniac, they're going to be backing up here, which is a great point for Almond Nuts to start painting up and taking control, get their specials ready for a new push. We do see the Ink Strike and the Zuka out right there just to throw them back a little bit more, and we see the members of Insomniac backing up. Almond Nuts are now going to get ready to start their first push onto there with that junior down. The tactical is popped. They are ready to move in. Insomniac wants to defend as much as possible here.
Yeah, no, they want to defend as much as they possibly can. But meanwhile, Almanuts, they want to get these pushes. They want to get that pressure. But we're seeing Red right behind them, going to be able to take out Jay, trying to look for Tenor here. Just two left alive on the Almanuts, trying to finish it off. They have a zip at the ready. This could be perfect in trying to taste down Tenor and the rest of their team and keeping Red's life alive. Going to be opting to do that, trying to rush around, trying to go for Komodo. Not going to be able to secure that pick, but two are going to go down for Almond Nuts, forcing Jay to push back out, jump back out, and the perfect time for Insomniac Central. They got the defense, but now they're going to go back on that offense.
Yeah, and that was very huge coming from Red. That was a perfect shot that allowed them to get off that checkpoint really fast. Set the entire match now, because now we have Insomniac pushing up here. Inkshred's coming out from Almanuts, trying to throw them back as much as possible. Wings has that whale ready, but they are one down. They still go to push it though. It's just the sniper rider remaining to get back on the tower. They want to continue this push and put that tower in their base as much as possible. They still have the whale ready, and I mean, they're going to be pushing as many specials as they can here. We do see the Brella getting taken out there by Red as they're pushing in for that last checkpoint.
Yep, pushing for this last checkpoint here. Red can be able to get that pig zipping around, and there we go. First game going to go in favor of Insomniac Central. They had that pressure throughout the entire match, able to have some nice defense, but also going in for that offense and not letting anything up against Almond Nuts.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very nice game, to say the least. They were able to really push in there. You can see the aggression. They had those specials perfectly laid out for Almond Nuts, and they just couldn't defend well enough to stop them. They did stop them that first time, but after Red had flanked them and they had just pushed back, they had the specials that they needed. They had the turf, and Almond Nuts just couldn't get their specials together. And that just really let Insomniac go into their base, get that KO. They really wanted to dig the tower as much as they can into the base. And even if they didn't get the KO, it would delay so much, as Almond Nuts had 2 minutes to get past 13 if they wanted to win that match. So great, honestly, great special coordination from Insomniac Central. They used it very well to push that tower.
Yeah, no, they use those specials to push that tower so well. The Big Bubbler, Kraken to have some nice offense, but also to have some nice displacement. I don't think people say a lot, but yeah, Kraken is a very good displacement special, as it forces the opponents who are getting chased down to, run away from the Kraken. They're not where they want to be. But also, Killer Whale had some nice chip damage, and Zip is always a good way to, zip up on some backlines. I can say from experience playing as an anchor and a cooler anchor that Zip is definitely used on you a lot to make sure that you can't actually focus on the match.
So yeah, I mean, going into this second game, Insomniac Central, they want to do the same special coordination that they have, but I feel like they're definitely going to switch off some type of weapon, but I do think they're going to keep the blaster. I feel like the blaster is going to be a really good pick here, especially because they could crack and cheese as many super clams as they can. I feel like the Stringer might stay. I feel like that Will's going to be very good for dispersing them. But for Almond Nuts, they really have to get their special coordination down if they really want to push here, because now Clamblitz is going to require a lot more communication than Tower Control will.
Yeah, it's just going to require a lot more communication. It's a lot more of a coordination mode, especially because of the game that Splatoon 2 was. Looking at these comps, we did see one change. The range is actually going to be taken out. Prince is instead going to be on that T-Tech. Both teams are going to have a bit of tri-strike spam. You don't see T-Tech too much in the meta nowadays. Shot is definitely a better choice in Neo Splash for those strikes, but having that fusion, it's still a very, very solid option.
Okay, so going in right away, we do see that cooler pop for Almond Nuts. They want to push up as much as possible, but their Squeezer does get taken down. Saber does get taken on the side of Insomniac. The Tri-Strikes just trying to throw out Insomniac as much as possible, but they are 3 down, which is going to be huge for Almond Nuts, which they have a bunch of clams ready. They do have to build a super, though. They have their tent ready to just push right through all of the defenses, but the bomb shreds it just in time, which is going to be huge for Insomniac, as they are using their lives to defend their basket.
Yeah, they're just using their lives to try to defend this basket here, trying to get these nice snipes on this Snipe Rider. Snipe Rider going to live, though, but we're going to be seeing the Tri-Stringer trying to make something happen. They have a killer weapon ready, but that double from that Zuka is not going to be very good. Almond Nuts have a perfect chance to push up here with Tenor Zuka. Going to be able to make some nice plays, but with 1 down, not looking too hot for them here. The Big Bubble is going to be able to come up for Insomniac Central. Even with that push that Almond Nuts had, Insomniac Central is always coming back and making sure that they get that push, and I have no idea how Tenor's still alive.
I really don't know either. I thought he died there, but we're gonna roll with that anyways. They do have that super clam ready. They're pushing him right for that base, but Insomniac Central doing as much as they can to pull them out there. 2 down, and Mystic is rushing that clam. That's gonna be great from them. Pushing right in to get the pick. That T-Tech pick is gonna be huge. 3 down the side of Insomniac, but they don't have many clams.
No, you gotta have clam economy if you want to make powerful pushes on this mode, and especially on this map. A few clams gonna go in, but it's just not enough. A trade going on here, 2 down on the side of Insomniac Central. Even with that basket going up, Insomniac Central has to have some sort of defense, because if Jay's going to be able to get 1 more clam, they can easily get in another push once this basket goes down. It does. Goo's going to go down to Jay here, having a cooler at the ready. Tenor's going to try to push up, already getting another push going, another super clam going in the basket, but 2 down on the side of Almond Nuts is going to start to stop that push, and they're going to be able to save that pretty clam from that first push. So a little bit more of a clam economy on the side of Insomniac Central. They definitely got more booming numbers here.
Yeah, it's gonna be huge for them. The Tri-Strike is doing a great job of pushing them back with that paint coverage. I mean, I haven't seen String in a while, but it's actually really nice to push people out here. And we do see Red going in right to the base, trying to take out anyone they can. They do see Tenor, but unfortunately they end just in time, and they do get picked out by the Snipe Rider, and that's going to delay Insomniac's push completely down to those last 2 members, as now it looks like Almond Nuts, they have complete control over mid. They pop that Tacticooler, and they want to push in as much as possible. They want to put as much pressure as they can onto Insomniac Central, push them back, just so they get as much time as they can to defend from the super clams incoming.
Yeah, they're trying as much as possible to defend right now, and even with 2 super clams, Insomniac Central just needs a way in, or else they're not going to be able to capitalize off this clam economy, as it seems that Almond Nuts is just keeping them there. But 2 down on either side. This might be a good chance, but it's just Goo left alive. Has to pop that big bubbler in order to keep themselves alive. They have to pick up one of these super clams. They're both going to despawn here. That's not going to be good for Insomniac Central. They just lost all their power. They have to figure out something to get Almond Nuts out of their spawn and get them in their own. Going to be able to take 2 down that Splat Bomb. Going to be able to take out Komodo. 1 minute left on the clock. Red has to use the Zipcaster effectively, getting Jay with a nice horizontal vertical combo, trying to make something more happen, but the Zuka is going to stop them right in their tracks. Tenor keeps catching people lacking with these Zukas coming out from that 10 shield.
And they do still have their pity, but they have to use this skin very wisely, because they still have to get through the rest of it. Red tries to push up on Tenor, but it's not going to work. The Insect try to push them back, and Tenor does get a pick before Red take almost taking them out, but no! They don't get taken out just yet. Tenor is just doing their best to stay alive here down to these last 20 seconds. Insomniac Central hasn't really gotten a good chance to push in here. They just haven't gotten up to their base, and the coolers have been feeding Almond Nuts. And overall, in these last 10 seconds, they're going to have to go into overtime, but Almond Nuts are playing as much defense as they can. They want to win this match.
They absolutely do, and Insomniac Central has to find a way in, but with Komodo about to get their Zuka, that's going to be very scary. Tenor coming in from this left side, just like, I'm not going to defend, I'm just going to push you, I'm just going to attack you as much as possible. That Zuka getting 2 from Komodo. I said that Zuka was going to do something, and it definitely did. Seeing that Tri-Stinger just jumping into a mosh pit going down, and that's going to be that second game, tying the set for Almond Nuts.
And I think just from those 2 matches alone, I think we're going to have a back-to-back set here. I mean, you saw in game 1 how well Insomniac pushed into their base, and in game 2, Almond Nuts did the exact same thing. They had that special coordination. I mean, game 1, you didn't see much from Almond Nuts, but game 2, they were really showing them off. I mean, the Tenebrella just let them have it. Every time that the members of Insomniac tried to jump this Tenebrella, they just came back no matter what. And the Zukas were doing such a great job of keeping Insomniac out of place, and that's what really led them to the win. If you're able to disperse your enemy in Clamblitz, that is the #1 thing that will lead you to victory. Because no matter what, you have to have enough coordination as possible. You have to have those clams. And with all of the plays that Almond Nuts were making with the Zuka, the Tenebrella, Insomniac just did not have a chance to get a singular push in. And that, I mean, that was an amazing game right there.
You know, an absolutely amazing game that we just saw right there, tying up that set. But we saw there that Almond Nuts can easily keep out Insomniac Central if they want to, especially in Clamblitz. And they're already just immediately readying up, looking at the game cam. So I imagine we're going to be seeing a very, very similar comp coming out from Almond Nuts. They're very confident in what they want to play, and they're going to see it to the very end.
Yeah, they want to be confident. I mean, they lost game 1, but going into game 2, they were like, all right, we're not going to lose that easily. We're going to take this game. We're going to be confident about going to Rainmaker. So we're just going to push as much as we can, get those coolers running, get the Brello running. That's what they need to win this game. And going into this, yep, that is same comp. So going into this, we do have, is that same comps? That is same comps, I believe.
There was one change as we're seeing I think it was a player switch, as it's going to be going back to the custom range blaster for Insomniac Central.
Alrighty, so going off right away, we do see that pop, but it looks like, I believe Insomniac really getting that advantage. They have that bubbler going. And now going into this, we see the cheat tech going down here. We do see that Junior, they have that whale out. Insomniac, they want to move for that first checkpoint. They see the squeezer, they go for the squeezer. And now it's distracted all the way back there. The Brella trying to use that Zuka, but no, it gets canceled just in time. Wings on the Rainmaker, trying to run it to the podium. That's going to matter a lot. Another pick and another pick. And now with the strikes, though, delaying the Rainmaker. Trying to push into that first checkpoint is going to be huge for Insomniac, and they do.
Going to be able to break that first checkpoint, but 2 down is definitely not what they want to see. We're seeing the Junior trying to keep this push alive with a big bubbler, but it's just going to get shredded. Pretty much just destroying it here as Mystic is going to try to push up Cooler active for Almond Nuts, as they're going to start to try to make their way back, but also make sure that nobody's trying to flank. There are multiple routes that Almond Nuts can try to go for here, and Mystic's going to try to use a triple ink strike to secure something, but that doesn't matter, as Insomniac Central is just going to keep pushing up further and further, stopping at nothing. Even with Red going down, they're still going and going, able to take out Tenor and trying to get a little more here, but Komodo is trying to keep everything on lock, especially with this Zuka coming out. They can try to get something right over that big stack on the left side, or immediately look at the left. Not going to be able to find anything there, but able to at least keep some pressure.
Right here, we do see that Kraken coming out. The bubblers out. They want to push back as much as they can. I mean, Almond Nuts, They're trying to move up. Now we do see the blaster going down there. 2 down the side of Insomniac, which means Almond Nuts are going to be picking up. They want to go right for that checkpoint. They have that Zuka. And can they make it to the checkpoint? They do make it to the checkpoint. That's going to be huge. The Ink Strikes coming out of this. Could be a chance for them to run it up. But they do get stuck in the poison. They do get stuck in the poison, but they do get the lead, and they're rushing all the way down to 15. That was huge. Even without the shortcut, they were able to run it up that far, which is going to be huge. Insomniac has to push back now.
Yeah, Insomniac has the fighting answer. They can try to go for a jump in mid-map, but they definitely have a lot to deal with, especially since we saw that museum game. We know how much of a defense that Almond Nuts can put up, and especially with that double Zuka comp, even with 3 down, they could try to make their way back, but Insomniac Central wants none of that here. Noir pushing up, going into a Kraken. Here is going to come some insane displacement, trying to make sure getting a pick on Komodo, absolutely pivotal, going to be able to take out Jay. There is a bubble right on that jump, so they're at least going to try to secure that jump. But the triple ink strikes are going to be coming out from Mystic, shredding everybody on that podium there, leaving just the Junior alive to fend for themselves.
Yeah, and that was a huge play. Tanner trying to push up with that Brella. I mean, that was a great Zuka and Tri-Strike play. I mean, what else would you want on Rainmaker to make a game possible? They do get that cooler, but it looks like they want to push right away. 1 down, though. 2 down, though. This is going to be huge.
Ooh, gonna be able to get a wipeout, get the jump, and there we go. There's the lead, trying to dunk it. No, but with just a minute left on the clock, getting that lead of 3 is going to be absolutely pivotal. Insomniac Central plays the rest of the game, and actually, they're just gonna knock it out.
Wow. The switch up is insane. Insomniac 3 down on Almond Nuts, and they rushed that Rainmaker, took the lead, and even after being taken down, they just rushed it right to the podium. That was huge.
Yeah, that was absolutely huge. Getting that wipeout was absolutely pivotal to how Insomniac Central closed it out. As you can see at the end here, we saw the Junior, they messed up that jump at first, but it was giving them a little bit of time not to rush in and letting the rest of their team kind of close out the members of Almond Nuts, able to rush, get that lead, and even with them going down and just the range and the tri-stringer left alive, they kept themselves over there. Almond Nuts were able to burst it, but they were able to keep themselves over there, rush in, get the Rainmaker, and get the dunk, securing that 1 point lead up over Almond Nuts.
That was pretty quick. I mean, that was an amazing play. I mean, I feel like that I feel like the missed jump from the Junior kind of did them a favor, because missing that jump, they were able to get the extra 2 seconds to get that wipeout, which helped them just clear all of Almond Nuts' defenses. So I mean, amazing performance from Insomniac Central. And now going into the next game, we're going to have a lot more defensive plays. So I feel like these 2 teams are going to switch up some type of style going into here.
Yeah, especially on Umami zones. This is definitely going to be either very scrappy or very much a lockout. It could go either way. We have seen Almond Nuts going to be able to lock down Insomniac Central, but we also have seen it the other way around, especially at the end of the last match where Insomniac Central really had that momentum going and just kept pushing against Almond Nuts at the end there. It can honestly go either way on this map mode, but it's just a matter of time to see what happens, what these teams are going to be bringing to the table in terms of the comps, if there's going to be any changes. I don't imagine. We've seen very minimal changes, but we're coming out here. Let's see, there is a shot instead of a Junior on the side of Insomniac Central, which means there's not going to be a bunch of bomb span and, you know, big bubbler, but they are going to have a Trizuka of their own.
Going into this match, this is going to be huge. Now that this match is going to be fully on paint, we have to see how those aggressive weapons take the point here. We do see red going down there, and it looks like Insomniac Central quickly taking that zone, pushing them back right away. Jay on the tact cooler, popping it at a perfect time. The ink strikes come off. That's going to be perfect, pushing Almond Nuts back very early into the game.
pushing them back very early, but it seems that they're starting to make their way back in, trying to find some paint and some way to make something happen here. Gonna be able to take one of the zones, take the second. There we go. Insomniac Central pushing more and more, try to make something happen, but also, again, trying to keep themselves alive here. You see Red coming in on this right side. They almost have a Zipcaster at the ready, which could be perfect on stopping that Snipe Rider from pretty much doing any type of paint or getting their cooler. Even though they already popped it, it can be a nice distraction. Not going to really be able to get anything, but it's still in the paint of Insomniac Central. Just about to get the lead in a few points, but ooh, that pick on Noir is going to stop that for just a few seconds right in their tracks. But it seems that Almond Nuts is pushing further and further. Just as Insomniac Central was going to get the lead, they were able to stop it and pick off Noir once again with Asuka.
That's going to be huge with that 1 point standpoint. Insomniac Central hanging it down as much as they can right here. We do see the well come out, try to disperse them as much as possible. Instricts come out, the cooler does come out too. And they are just trying to throw them out as much as possible. Get down to 54. Red coming in here, trying to take that zone back.
Trying to take it back. You're able to push out Jay, make sure that they can't do anything. But Tenor is still right behind them, right in a corner though. Able to take out Red in a nice pick. Tenor still behind Insomniac Central, going down, but still getting a pick on that paper is definitely going to help out Almond Nuts.
Going into this, we do see Prince painting that zone down. Insomniac Central moving right back in. They are not letting Almond Nuts have this easily. It's just that 10 alive. They do pop that Zuka a little bit too early here, but they could find a pick here, and they do onto Mystic, and that's going to be the lead for Insomniac Central going into this. They need to get their specials ready. That 10 is trying to push as much as possible. They do have the cooler down, and this is going to be their initiative to rush in here. And it's time to see how Insomniac's defense goes here with all the specials up from Almond Nuts. They still have control. Blaster goes down. They want to keep it up as many points as they can. Red goes down. And now Tenor pushing up here with that Brella, and they do exactly what they want to do. They get a pick, and they're able to take that zone, which is going to be huge. Almond Nuts now with control. Insomniac Central down to 24.
Yep, they're down to 24 here. Almond Nuts definitely have a big push ahead of them, but they're about to get rid of that penalty. Triple Ink Strike trying to keep Insomniac Central in their base for just a little bit longer. Mystic opting to be playing a little back, just in case if Insomniac Central comes up, they can easily, paint the zones back. They're in a nice position to do that. Just trying to make sure that they get Red 2 on that zip cast, but it seems that Insomniac Central is starting to push in a little more and more, but 2 down is going to spell a little doom and gloom, but mainly spell that Almond Nuts is going to be able to take this lead here, but with 2 down, this could be the perfect chance, but ooh, that Zuka was able to get 2 from Tenor, trying to pick off Red, not going to be able to, but Red and Prince here are going to be the only ones left alive. Red and Noir, and there we go. That is going to be the next game, going to Almond Nuts, tying up the set once again, and now we're in a best of 5 position. It's no longer a best of 9 or a best of 7, it's a best of 5.
That's gonna be huge. I mean, going into this, I said it earlier, I feel like we're gonna have a back-to-back set here, and I think that's exactly what's going on here. I mean, we saw how well they were able to play out the set, even though Insomniacs had pushed on to 24. That Zuka play from Tenor was huge, and that really secured that win. They weren't able to push over and paint the zone in time in Almond Nuts. I feel like the 10 shield really helped them out, and that one really led them to their KO. And that's going to be a huge standpoint for Almond Nuts. And going into the next game, which is Tower Control Undertow, which we did see Insomniac win on originally. So will they pull the same kind of just go into their aggressive bubble plays? But will Almond Nuts be able to combat them with what they have? Because I feel like they are going to have a Zuka and Tri-Strike combo again.
Yeah, I imagine that, that Zuka Tri-Strike combo is going to be coming out again, especially from Almond Nuts. We have seen their comp stick to that double Zuka and Tri-Strike, which could provide some nice counterplay to whatever Insomniac Central tries to do. They could go back to that T-Tech comp that they had in the museum game, but again, it's just a matter of time to see what these teams are going to be pulling out, but we're definitely going to be seeing Zukas and Tri-Strikes flying out from Almond Nuts.
Going into this, I feel like as you said, I feel like the tri strikes are really gonna help them out here. Almond nuts, they definitely know what they're doing. These teams have played with each other for a little bit. They're starting to understand their play styles. So going into this, I feel like those ink strikes are really gonna be a make or break for almond nuts. But it does look like we do see the shot coming out, so we do see the Izuka on the side of Insomniac, and we do see the Squeezer and T-Tech coming out from almond nuts.
Yeah, yep, pretty much no real big changes, but yeah, that T-Tech alongside, the custom range blaster are definitely a lot more paint is going to be coming out from Insomniac Central here. And that big bubbler is definitely going to help try to keep that tower alive. But again, we could see Mystic trying to shred it to absolutely no end with those tri-strikes. Even with that recent buff to big bubbler, that doesn't help against the strikes at all. But we are seeing a Battle Junior coming up, able to take out Mystic and trying to push with the rest of their team.
Yeah, right here. I mean, Battle Junior, it's not a bad choice. I mean, it can paint well, apply some pressure, but the Zuka takes them out to stop their reign. As they're moving in for that second checkpoint, we do see a DC.
Ooh, DC, definitely not what you want to see in a match like this. Both teams are, going back to the lobby, trying to figure out what happened there, but also, make sure that they have a nice connection. Definitely don't want anything
Yeah,
rough going on there.
if they DC again, then that's going to be a different standpoint. But they do have, they do have a replay, and I feel like as most of us say it, $20 a year for this we pay. We used to pay nothing, but $20 a year now. But going into this, they do want to make sure their internet is a little bit more stable. And I mean, they did have a really good start, I have to say.
Yeah, no, no. They had a really solid start. Before that DC, they were able to get some nice picks and just have crazy momentum. They definitely could have continued that push if, the match just kept going. But of course, that is not what happened.
Going into this, yeah, I mean, as long as they're ready to take it, then they're ready to start up and go. But I mean, talking about the map for a second, I think again the strikes are going to be a very huge turn point.
Mhm.
I think going into this, I mean, we saw the Battle Junior from Insomniac pushing right away. So if Almond Nuts might think they do that again. If Almond Nuts could predict, maybe Insomniac thinks, well, this worked, so let's do it again. And Almond Nuts, if they predict that, they can combat it. So they know a little bit of the beginning of the game, which is going to be huge. But let's see how they take it right here.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to wait and see. Going to be starting up this match again. We are seeing a player switch to like, all right, let's just make sure that we don't have the player that seed, give them a little time to figure out their internet. They do have a couple minutes now. Switching out that junior for Splatana Stamper instead, which can make some nice midline poking damage. Definitely one of the best weapons in the meta right now. Red coming back with that. Definitely going to be very useful for them. Meanwhile, again, yeah, Almond Nuts keeping to their same comp, which is more focused on that special coordination, the cooler, the double Suka, and the tri-strike.
So going into this, they were able to get on that tower, but quickly Almond Nuts were able to get them off. But 2 down, which is going to lead to Insomniac Central moving in here. We do see Red on that Stamper doing their work. They are able to clear that first checkpoint. Him and the Blaster are pushing up like crazy. They really want to establish as much control as they can. Red's doing a great job of doing exactly that. Tender's trying to push it on him, but it doesn't really work well. And we do see Noir on that Kraken, doing whatever they can in right there, pushing back that checkpoint onto that second checkpoint. The Squeezer gets taken out there, and now it looks like that Blaster again able to get out another one. 2 down the side of Almond Nuts. Insomniac Central doing a great job of defending that tower.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job here, pushing it more and more. Almond Nuts have got to find a way to taking out Insomniac Central's push, as they're already going to be making onto this third checkpoint. Going to be able to pop this killer whale, trying to see what they're going to be able to do, but that bomb going to be able to take the Tri-Stringer out, leaving Noir to have to take this tower, trying to shred it more and more, but it's finally time for Almond Nuts to start to come back. this push saying, all right, you're not going to be able to take it that easily. But in just 3 minutes, Almond Nuts has to find an answer to Insomniac Central's insane early push. They definitely do have the tools to do that, but they got to make sure that they do it right. Already taken 2 down is a telltale. 3 down is a telltale sign of
Four
wipeout.
down.
Even.
How
Yeah,
about
just kept
that?
going and going.
How about that right there, Jay? On that cooler, on that tower, they're pushing in for that second checkpoint, and it really looks like Almond they don't want to let this match go down so easily. So Komodo pushing him right there with trying to take off that Zuka. Can they do it just in time? But they do get thrown off that tower, so it's not really going to be worth it that much. But it looks like they are trying to contest Prince there. Whale is coming out there, 1 down on the Son of Insomniac. They jump right back on that tower. Inkstrikes are out. They have that tapped cooler. They want to move in. They want to do this as fast as possible. But it looks like one of the members is sharking, and Red takes them out perfectly. But before being taken out there. But now Insomniac, they do have to back up a little bit as they're 2 down.
Yeah, 2 down right now. Ooh, getting Zuka right there. Prince is definitely not happy about that. Almond Nuts is pushing up, able to take out Red, leaving 2 down on the side of Almond Nuts. I'm sorry, on the side of Insomniac Central. Almond Nuts trying to push this more and more, using this tri-strike, but it's just one left alive, and there's a wipeout signifying the end of that push. They got close, but it's just not enough.
It's really just not enough. I mean, they did whatever they can. They pushed down to 29, which is perfect for them. They do still have a chance to push. I mean, we do have a little bit less than 2 minutes in the game here, but they just have to play this well perfectly. They want Insomniac to feed into them. That's the only chance they're going to have to push up here. Tenor on that Zuka trying to take him out, but no, Prince takes him out just in time here. And really, they're just waiting for an opening. That's going to be Almond Nuts' goal here. They want to wait for an opening. They want to pop all their specials, but they can't do it too early. If they do it too early, then that's going to give Insomniac time to respawn and get back into control. So they want to make sure they disperse their specials well if they want to take this lead.
Exactly. They want to disperse their specials as best as possible here. Red holding on to their Zipcast. They're going to be able to take out Mystic, trying to space out Tenor a little bit. Again, keep themselves alive. They don't want to go down to the Zuka here. Noir going to go down right as the Kraken expires. Tenor was just waiting for that to end and fire that Zuka at them. Meanwhile, Insomniac Central have to find a way back in. Tenor watching this jump, able to take out Noir yet again, leaving no one alive, leaving no prisoners. Prince trying to make something happen here. The Zuka have been out there watching one, trying to get the pick on them. Not going to be able to, as we're seeing that Squeezer, again, pushing up, getting that side, but ooh, a suction bomb, able to take him out easily there. Tenor having to leave themselves alive in this shield. 2 left alive right now on Almond Nuts. Not a good sign for them, but they're starting to make a push. They're starting to get some picks on Insomniac Central, but it's only that pencil left alive. It's only Jay, and they're getting pushed like crazy by Red.
And right here, Insomniac, they're doing all they can here. They get on the tower to secure that win. And Insomniac's going to be leading in 3-2 over Almond Nuts. And which is really going to set a, I think this is really going to set something up for Almond Nuts. They're thinking, all right, well, they take a few games off of us, but we did too. They're definitely winnable. We just have to coordinate better. That's all it really is. So going into this next match, I feel like they're going to have to pull some kind of strike, Zuka, Brella combination to take it back. I mean, that Brella is definitely something Insomniac should be scared of, and we've seen how well that Brella's performed, as you can see right there. So going into this next match, which is Clan Blitz on Barnacle, we can see how they really want to approach this match. I mean, they're thinking, all right, well, they were able to get some games off, but I think going into this, Almond Nuts, definitely, I believe they won the last Clan Blitz match, so if they can just pull that same stuff again. They were crazy on that defense. Insomniac wasn't able to get a chance last time, so Insomniac, they're thinking, well, we lost the last Clan Blitz match, I'm sorry. Let's be more aggressive, let's try to push them more. But Almond Nuts, they know how to use their specials, so it's really up to them on how they take this approach.
Yeah, really up to them here as we're already getting started on Clamblitz, Barnacle, and Dime to see if Almanax is going to be able to tie it up yet again. The comps are flying out here. Again, nothing changing here. These teams are set on what they want to play. They know which weapons they really want to deal out here as we're already seeing this neutral game start.
So going into this, right away we see both teams rushing there. I see already Almana's trying to charge up that tactical there. They want to do as much as possible. Red gets a pick before getting taken out two down the side of Insomniac. I mean down the side of Almana's, and Insomniac pushing in right away. They have that Zuka. They're trying to take him out. They do get a pick. Mystic trying to fend them off, but it looks like they push him right for that clam very early on in the game.
Yeah, able to defend really well, getting it down to 71. They're going to be able to defend Almond Nuts. They want to make their way back in, and we saw in Museum how much of a good push, but also good defense they had. And they are definitely going to try to replicate that here in Barnacle and Dime. 10 are already coming out here with this Trizuka, trying to watch for anybody that they can pick off. Not going to be able to find anything. Mystic going down, and the specials are flying out from Insomniac Central here with that Killer Whale, the Zip Caster, getting all of these picks alongside Noir. Definitely not what Almond Nuts wants to see right now, but Tenor is trying to make something happen. Going to be able to get a trade at the very least, but it's still not going to be enough to stop Insomniac Central here, as they're just going to keep going. They're going to take down Mystic, and they're just going to keep pushing. They're watching Tenor on this left side. Tenor trying to make their way in, trying to get the pick on Red, but keeping themselves alive, but no, they're not going to be able to, and two super, no! One of them is going to go down before they're able to get it in, but Wiggs is going to try to throw it, not going to be able to grab it. The other teammate is going to be able to Prince, getting it down to 39, getting it down to 30, as it's just Tenor left alive. Insomniac Central is like, I do not want to play this game any longer. I do not want to keep you here. I am going to knock this down, getting it down to 18, and Prince is going to keep it going, get it down to 9.
And they just want to load in those clans. Tenor gets taken out here, but do they have enough time to run those clans back? And they do! And they get the KO! Insomniac! What a quick push to the KO!
That was literally a last-second dunk. If anything was last second, the clam basket was about to go right back up and get its shield back, but no, that was not happening. Prince was making sure that they got that score in and were able to knock out. We saw there the rest of the team was able to have some nice aggression, but it was Prince that was able to keep the clams going back and forth, getting it down from 18 to 9 with one clam cluster, and getting it down from 9 to knockout with another.
That was, I mean, looking at the replay, I just want to see that I'm pretty sure that circle was completely gone by the time Prince had thrown that clam. And I mean, right here, just barely a sliver remained, and they had the perfect amount of clams to get that KO. And Insomniac, they just have to win this next Rainmaker game, and they close it out.
Yeah, that's all they have to do. Insomniac Central were able to win that Hagglefish game, but it was definitely very back and forth. Now going on to Robo Ramen Rainmaker. Definitely don't see this map like very much, if at all. You definitely see it on zones or other Rainmaker maps instead. You definitely don't see Rainmaker Ramen.
I mean, I'm actually having ramen tonight because I didn't have dinner, so that at least that's something I can relate to. But going into this game, I mean, I'm not a huge fan of Rainmaker Ramen. I feel like it's very quick to get the. I feel like it's very quick to go from the checkpoint right down into their base. So I feel like the points are definitely going to go up in this game. But Insomniac, they are. I know they are going to. They are going into this match very confidently, and they want to rush. They want to get that Rainmaker. They want to push that checkpoint. They want to push the KO. They want to end out this set for the night.
Yeah, no, they want to take it out. Wellstring, a very interesting choice. In my opinion, definitely the best of the Stringer class. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see that insane object damage coming out from that weapon. And we're seeing another switch, but very, very minimal. Only a physical switch for Almanuts going from that T-Tech to the Octoshot. Again, only really a physical switch. They have the same kit.
Going and run away Insomniac, as I said, they just want to win the game. They get that checkpoint, they rush in there, they have that hammer. They see Tenor, they want to go for Tenor. They throw that hammer, and they do kill Tenor just in time. Mystic throwing him out with those strikes. Really, they want to push down the stringer. I mean, it's giving them so much pressure. It's Almanac really has to just take care of them if they want to push in here.
Rainmaker reset's going to come out. Insomniac Central definitely got that nice early push in that first minute, but Almanac could make something happen here, especially as their specials start to come online, able to seed out two with this triple ink strike. But that Trizuka is going to be able to take out Mystic. Gonna try to keep it going from Prince, trying to get a little more, but it seems that they don't know where Tenor is. Tenor is actually right behind them, able to finish out that Trizuka, but going to go down. Able to take out at least that well string, so very nice push. But again, it's still Insomniac Central that has control of the mid here, and with Red coming in here with his Zipcaster, but oh, that cancel coming out from Tenor!
That was a huge moment for Tenor. That would have been crazy if Red got that pick, but Tenor, they are not letting this match go that easily. They want to delay Insomniac as much as possible. Tenor wants to keep their team in the game. That's exactly what they want to do. Insomniac trying to keep up. They want to get as far as they can, but the Tri-Strikes are really going to annoy them right here.
Yep, forcing Wings to retreat, and it's almost that Rainmaker blow up for Wings right here. Just a few more seconds, and they're going to explode right in mid, so hopefully their teammates don't go right next to them. Wings is just going to try to run in as much as possible. There we go, the explosion. Not going to pick anybody off. Prince going down there, I'm pretty sure, to the Abyss. As Mystic, this is the perfect chance for Almanac as Free is down. Mystic has his triple ink strike, but only one person's back there with the Rainmaker. I was about to say, Mystic going to be able to get these triple ink strikes online to help them secure that dunk. This is Almanac's chance to make a comeback here, taking out Wings, taking out Prince. Just two left alive. Mystic is rushing this, only one left. Mystic going straight for the dunk, getting it all the way down to 10.
That is going to be huge for Almanac going into this. Insomniac definitely has their work cut out if they wanted to get that KO. Almanac, they aren't letting this set go down this easily, Jay. They want to just get that Rainmaker, and Mystic pushes it into the KO!
Oh my goodness, Mystic! Just catching that Rainmaker when everyone was distracted and getting that finish and getting that win. Getting another point up for Almanac, saying, you're not taking us out this easily. We're securing at the very least a game 8.
That was crazy! I mean, Almanac, they really said they weren't losing that set that easily, and I mean, that was an amazing play. I mean, they rushed it to 10. Blaster took them out. They waited a second. They're like, all right, let's try to take him out and then go back in for that KO. And I mean, they rushed at such a perfect moment. Even when Insomniac had the pop of the Rainmaker, it was just such a great opportunity. Almanac, they confirmed the game 8, and we could potentially see a game 9.
We could potentially, if Almanac keeps this momentum going, we could see a game 9 coming out. Only a matter of time for sure. It's just a matter of, can Almanac keep this going on Splat Zone's Mako Mart? Definitely a map mode that definitely favors the comp that Insomniac Central is rolling out with. But again, Almanac could keep it going with the double Zuka and those triple ink strikes.
But going into this, we're rushing right into this game. I mean, that was incredibly fast. Both teams, they know what they're running, and I think honestly, Almanac might have an advantage here because their specials are good at offense and defense. I feel like it's gonna work perfectly for them with that double Zuka ink strike cooler combo.
Yeah, no, very, very nice combo we're already seeing coming out here, but one down on either side. Going to be the first pain for Insomniac Central as they're going to keep it going more and more, able to keep that zone for a little bit longer. Prince trying to fight against the squeezer on the right side, going to back off, giving Almanac a little bit of paint, but the Zuka is going to be coming out, trying to find Komodo. One more shot, not going to be able to find them here as Insomniac wants to keep this zone. They do not want to give Almanac anything, but Prince is going to run straight into that Zuka shot, leaving only 2 left alive on Insomniac Central here, forcing that Tri-Stringer to jump back up and giving Insomniac Central a little bit of of a backup while Almond Nuts has the zone and they have there's a disconnect.
And there's a DC. Wait, which team had the DC last?
It was the same team. It was the same team.
Oh. Wait, I forgot the DC rules. Does Almond take the game?
It was a DC from a I don't know. It was a DC from a different player. But
Well, was it? I'm pretty sure they only get. I don't even know. This is unexpected. Do we get a? Did Insomniac DC again? Because I thought it was one replay.
I mean, they definitely did DC again. That is definitely much
I'm pretty sure Almond takes that. Even the commentators are confused. Uh-oh.
Yeah, definitely don't want that.
Let me go to Ludi. Ludi rules. Where are the DC rules? I feel like these guys are in help desk right now.
Most likely.
Yeah, we are. Okay, we are checking. We are checking the rules. But I'm pretty sure Almond Nuts takes that game.
I guess if that's the case, then that's
game
9.
Let's see. Yeah. Almond Nuts takes the game.
Okay.
That's it. I don't think in the 3 years that I've commentated, I think that is the first time I've seen a DC going into game 9 on a Ludi match. Whoa, okay. So we do get the game 9, and it's gonna be Tower Control Sturgeon.
Yeah,
Look at that.
Yeah.
Almond Nuts, someone's looking out for them. Whatever provider is looking out for Almond Nuts, they want the win.
They're definitely.
Okay.
An orthodox way that we've seen a game 9 secured. It's like it's like that meme. That's like, you know, like, let's go. I guess. That's definitely how I'm feeling right now. Definitely happy that we see a game 9, but it's just it's so awkward.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, I mean, Insomniac, they had DC'd earlier on Tower Control, and I believe they switched out players, and I don't think they switched players in that time frame. So that was definitely a different player that DC'd. So that's got to be that's very unlucky.
It extremely unlucky.
So they have to be really careful now, because now that they know that 2 players' internet are a little unstable going into this last game. I mean, game 9, we gotta get hype, everyone. Game 9, we're jumping it right away. We're only in the top 16 of Div 5, and this is the match that matters. Last match, it mattered for Almond Nuts, but this is the match that matters for Insomniac Central. This is the game they have to take, and this is the game Almond Nuts has to take, so let's see what they can do here.
Yeah, Tower Sturgeon, both teams are going to be going with that Tri-Strike. That T-Tech is coming out on both sides once again here. Komodo trying to make something happen on this right side, but we're already seeing first blood on either side of 3v3 going on here. We're seeing, Almond Nuts opting to, play a little more back. They're not going to try to rush into Insomniac Central here, but that Burst Bomb is going to take out Komodo here. Red coming in with this Zipcaster, trying to catch anybody lacking, but ooh, a snipe from the sky from Jay there on that snipe rider. But the first points are going to be going to Insomniac Central here. Jay trying to help their team out as most of Insomniac Central is clumped, but it's just one left alive. It's just that T-Tag. It's just Mystic here.
And now pushing in Insomniac. They're on that zone. I mean, not the zone, the tower. Pushing back checkpoint 1. That's going to be huge for them. 2 down the side of Almond Nuts. They have that ink strike ready. They are ready to down again. Blaster goes down here. Red doing what they can. Strikes go out there. They see Tenor. They take out Tenor, going right past that second checkpoint.
Yep, gonna be able to go past that second checkpoint. We're seeing Insomniac Central pushing it more and more, getting it down to 2-1, and there we go. Insomniac Central in a crazy push, pretty much getting it down to that first minute, gonna be able to take that win and secure their spot into the Div 5 playoffs for top 8.
I mean, they did not let that DC go down easily. They said, okay, whatever. They took a game. How about we come back and how about we KO them? That was an amazing performance. I mean, they pushed them back so much, and I feel like that Red's splat on Tenor really set that stage there. They were just able to rush in, and their ink strikes on Almanut was just a little bit too late. And I mean, they just bought so much time. And even though that was a very weird game 9 to go into, I mean, an amazing performance of offense showed by Insomniac.
Insomniac showed, even with that DC pretty much getting them to game 9, they're like, we're still taking this set. It doesn't matter. We're still taking it. Going up 5-4. Great job to both teams, but in the end, Insomniac Central is going to be the one moving on in Div 5.
I mean, an incredible performance. I mean, congratulations, Insomniac. They did not let that DC go down easily. In Almanuts, I mean, they did everything that they can. After game 7, I was thinking, whoa, this is a very different Almanuts that I saw from the beginning of the set. I mean, both of these teams really an amazing show of performance. At the beginning, after Insomniac took that first game, I was thinking Almanuts, they really gotta get their special coordination back. But even on games that they lost, Almanuts just did such an incredible job as well. So I mean, a very close set to start off playoffs. Congrats to Insomniac and Almanuts. You did great as well.
Yep, but with that, we're just going to wrap up really quick because that's the end of our time. So before we switch to the second set, where can people find you, Matt?
They can find me on Twitter at Matthew Mega. I do a lot of editing stuff on there. And where can they find you, NM?
You can find me on Twitter and Twitch and Instar123, where I talk about pretty much my commentary and writing journey, and now going into the FGC side of things. Very excited to do that. But either way, that's going to be it. So we hope you enjoyed this Div 5 set. But again, make sure you stay tuned because we still have 3 more Ludi sets coming up.
Yeah, so get ready. It's only going to get crazier from here, everybody. And me and NM are going to take our leaves and welcome in the new commentators. So we'll see you guys later.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Get ready for the next battle, ladies, gentlemen, ladies, everyone else in between. My name is SPF Dark. We're coming at you live here at SplatoonTourney, bringing you our playoff season for Ludi tonight. Now, before I get too ahead of myself, I am joined by someone here today.
Hello, it's Olivia. If you've seen me around in the OC community, you have, because I am one of the premier commentators there.
It's a pleasure to have you here with me. I'm very much excited tonight with our lineup. Do you know who are we to be watching here tonight?
Today we'll be showing you guys the round 1 playoff game of the Div 8A group, Last Squid Standing versus Angel Inc.
These two teams have done such hard work to make it at least this far. So before anything even begins, I don't want to give a huge round of applause to these teams making it this far and getting it to playoffs. And even though it's unfortunate that one of these teams do have to drop tonight, only one of these teams can make it onto the next round of playoffs. I got to give it to them and making sure that they are proud and well known that they made it this far as we head to our first game of the night, Tower Control Manta Maria.
Oh, Manta Maria, this is a map that I personally do not like in the slightest.
I know a lot of people are so like back and forth with this map. I don't personally mind. I don't have one specific feeling about it one way or another. I think it's a relatively alright map. You know you have like it's narrow, so like there really isn't too much room to work around. But you have it's a relatively long map, so you have like all these nice ledges to play around and just good. As a blaster player, I genuinely like what you can do on this map. Yeah.
And it seems like we'll now be moving on to the game. Manta Maria Tower Control first game.
Oh, I'm excited to see exactly what these teams are bringing on today as we see I do see myself a blaster already out of the get-go, but we also, a little bit of interesting point here, we see a ballpoint Splatling, a weapon that's not really seen too much nowadays.
Indeed. Like, due to just pencil being a lot more prominent, like the use case of a ballpoint has just gone down and down because pencil can just shoot you from really far away.
Yeah, it's that a lot of the Splatlings typically do end up just being outranged or just being outclassed by the pencil, which is kind of fortunate to see. But it is the trick of the trade, and already these two teams are at an explosive start, just constant back and forth trades. Cooler out already, just to see exactly what advantage they can get done as one team is 3 down.
Yeah, it seems like despite Last Squid Standing trying to get the lead, they just had an all-out brawl against Angel, but it seems like they are not deterred at all with Last Squid Standing getting through the first checkpoint. But at the cost of 2 of their members, it seems like if Angel can capitalize on this, they will stop that push right there and stop their own.
Ooh, a nice shutdown from Angel Link, getting LSS just 2 picks off of that one single hammer throw, and already they're looking to try and shove this tower as far forward as they can. As another pick goes down, that's a delayed wipeout for them, but already LSS is looking to see if they can contest this tower push. It's not even broken that first checkpoint.
Ooh, but it seems like Angel Link's push just ends right there, going 3 down. Ceiling going charging in, trying to get the ball point, but getting taken out instead, having both teams going 3-4-3. It seems like Last Squid Standing is now moving towards the second checkpoint, but just as I say that, 2 of their members go down, the inkjet goes out from Angel Link, and the push ends there.
Constant back and forth fight between these two teams. Just as soon as they get a little bit of a push going, the other responds in a hard stop of that push, and already that's a trade from a hammer wiper to wiper. Everyone loves that special, man. It works exactly when you need it and when you don't. We gotta love the hammer, but already LSA is pushing up to that second checkpoint. Not getting any much further than their initial push to that second checkpoint, but I stand corrected as they go forward yet again, contesting that second checkpoint, but 2 goes down, 3 goes down. That's a delayed wipe.
Ooh, it just seems like it's a constant back and forth this game. Anytime any of these teams try and make a push, they just get absolutely stopped in their tracks, and then it just goes again. The cycle repeats.
It's an unfortunate battle though for Angel Link, because if this game continues to be a back and forth tempo scenario, LSS is going to be the one who's going to be winning out on top at the end of this timer, because they are the ones who have that first checkpoint taken and already contesting that second checkpoint. Angel Link needs to try and make something happen so that they at least can contest that lead before this timer runs out, but that's proving to be difficult, as already LSS is contesting street, contesting any re-entering players, and are looking to see exactly if they can just try and keep them flushed back.
Indeed, indeed. Angel Link will need to just have a very strong and focused push if they want to get the lead from LSS, and it seems like this might be what it is going to, with like 2 members down on the side of LSS. Angel Link get through the first checkpoint, making their way towards the second. If they keep the momentum going, they might just take back the lead from LSS, but it seems like LSS is doing their hardest to try and delay Angel Link with that tri-strike, but it seems like the hammer gets 3 people, and Angel Link gets to the second checkpoint. If they last long enough on that one, they will get the lead.
And this is danger territory for LSS, as once you get that second checkpoint and start pushing the tower past that second checkpoint, it becomes a real snowball potential for the other team, allowing Angel Link to completely potentially run away with that game, but they do manage to recover that in time before anything more disastrous can happen. Now LSS are looking to see exactly how they can respond back with their own big push, but no, the hammer entry gets shut down, betrayed yet again by the Wiper!
Oh my god, it seems like LSS is getting to the second checkpoint once again. We can see another resource. It seems like that was going to happen. The carbon kills 2 people on the side of Angelic, and LSS gets the lead once again in these last few seconds. Unless Angelic somehow manages to get the lead back in overtime, I think this game might be LSS's.
It's so hard to say, as we are going to be going into overtime. Angel Link have a bit of just a small hill to come over to try and just at least take away the lead, as both teams are already in that scramble. LSS managed to come from out of nowhere and take the tower.
Oh, what a close game, just characterized by constant back and forth, and the game ends with another switch up once again.
Oh, a glorious back and forth fight by these teams already in the first game, mind you, in our playoffs. I am excited to see exactly how the remainder of the set's gonna go, but a quick little update from our mental ghosts in our head is the fact that Angel Link is actually pronounced angelic.
Yes, I made the correction live on stream the second I saw that from the voices in our head.
Listen, with all the teams that we read and all the usernames that we end up looking at, sometimes the brain just short circuits, and sometimes we just go with whatever we think is right and keep going with it. So it is what it is sometimes.
It is what it is. And it seems like the first game goes to LSS, but now we'll be moving on to Museum Clamblitz.
Whew, Clamblitz on Museum. It's a tried and true for this game. I want to say I see a lot of games play on this map mode specifically, and I genuinely don't know what the general consensus of how people feel about this map mode. I just know it's played a lot, and for it to be played a lot, I just gotta assume that people just tolerated it just barely enough that they keep coming back to it. I mean, look, you have once again, you have a good amount of legends playing around, so you know me, Blaster player, brain go burr.
Yeah, indeed. Museum is just a solid map in a sea of just poor maps in Splatoon 3. So that might be best be okay in the previous games is absolutely outstanding in this game.
Uh, the map design in this game is something that is with sarcasm, by the way. But we're gearing up for this second match of the night. At best of 9, I want to remind the folks at home right now. We're in here for a little bit of a ride, especially given that first game is any sort of clue as to what we'd be seeing by these two teams tonight. I would put money on that we're going to go to a game 9 today.
Indeed, indeed. Just going off of what the first game was, I think this game will be a constant back and forth. This entire set's going to be a constant back and forth.
And what might turn the tides though is the proper usage of certain weapon certain weapon specials. I genuinely think tactical might be the key to some of these fights here, with how just messy a lot of these fights have been getting between these two teams, and how there's been so much back and forth trades. You might want to pull out the tactical here to try and use those trades to your advantage and get the upper hand.
Indeed, indeed. Both of these teams had a tactical player out on the field last game, but it seems like it's going to be up to when and how you time those tacticals to really make the most out of your pushes.
What do you see here? Just exactly what these teams are going to be bringing on. If they're going to stick with their guns, if they're going to try something new. I do see a few new weapons here from LSS, and as well, not too many, just a few minor changes from Angelic.
Yeah, it seems like both teams are now running a carbon roller, while Angelic now is now running a tri-nouveau instead of a heavy edit.
It's E-Leader's not something you see a lot nowadays. As you mentioned earlier, most people tend to go pick a pencil, to much of everyone's dismay, pick a pencil over most of the other charges. But E-Leader, especially this new E-Leader, has been seeing a bit of an uptick in usage. So I'm very curious to see exactly if that's going to be the right call here, as we see both these teams are just playing it out in neutral, trying to see exactly what's going to be done, who's going to be making the first mistake, and there's a lot of clams over on one side.
Indeed, LSS has had all the clam economy right there, but it seems like Ceiling now is moving in, trying to stop LSS from ever making it out of their base. But it seems like the Inkjet has another thing to say about that, moving their way through mid.
Now we're seeing, well, I was gonna say we're seeing what was a tried and true Clampet special of just a 2-minute stall fist, but no, already we have power clams on the board, taking it all the way down to 68 points and counting off that single push, and they're still going to a town for both sides. These two teams are desperately trying to recover and desperately trying to keep this momentum going as they get a few extra clams in before they have to eventually jump out.
Oh yes, and it seems like LSS gets a really big lead of 53, while cornering Anonymous in that corner. It seems like Angel Link are trying their hardest to make it out of their own base, but they're just being absolutely just cornered by LSS 3v3. They try their hardest to make it out of mid. It seems like LSS has another thing to say about that.
Angelic had a really good clam economy at the opening there, but LSS is just holding their ground down to making sure that they can get any picks that they can and just keeping majority tempo control. And majority tempo control they can do as they have a 53 point remaining off their initial push. That's a very big lead in order to try to overcome for the other team. And it's going to be something that they're going to be trying to contest here as 2 goes down, 3 goes down. This is the opening they need to try and make some magic happen.
Indeed, the perfect clam economy and a death pull out. I was gonna say that was gonna be the start of a good push, but the Zuka from Ceiling has another thing to say about that. Ending the push when it started, before it could even begin, and already kicking out Angelic from Plant. But just as I say that, LSS has 2 members go down, and Angelic once again having a good clan economy, now potentially getting that power clan, and they do. This is their chance to get the lead.
Oh, but it looks like that push is good as done there. Only getting just a few extra, just getting one power climb and some extra change in that on their first push before LSS finally does recover that aggression from Angelic. And they're looking to take things back to neutral. 1 minute 30 seconds remaining. One goes down by the E leader. That's not what you want to see here as you're trying to get your footing. Now you're going to be forced on the back foot as they're going to go on the aggression as another player goes down.
LSS already at the advantage, but once again, when I say that, it seems like Leggy has another thing to say about what I have to say, taking out the Viper player and and then taking out Ceiling once again, going for a triple potentially. It seems like they do with a trade, but it seems like the rest of their teammates went down. It seems like LSS is still in the advantage today, taking out 2 members of Angelic, 3 members now with a decent clan harmony going on. This is LSS opportunity to even get an even bigger lead than before.
This is the opportunity LSS really needs in order to just choke out the remaining of their opponents. But they power clam miss! That could be the tie turns that Angelic needs in order to get back into this game. 20 seconds remaining. They gotta go, and they gotta make sure they can shut down LSS. They can take control in mid, and they gotta get into that other platform within that 10 seconds on top of the 30-second overtime timer. They gotta make things happen right now.
Ooh, but it seems quite difficult with the 3v3 going on. It seems like LSS are pulling up no stops, trying to defend their turf, and it seems like the Tri-Slusher once again stops anyone from pursuing through, and it seems like with 3 members down, Angelic might not be getting this game with only a few seconds left to try and get a power climb in. Ooh, it seems like it's not going their way, and LSS takes the game.
A very, very strong opening push by LSS, getting it down to 53 points remaining and just stopping there. And knowing that they got such a big lead, they took up the last player standing to back out and not risk any more deaths, any more unnecessary deaths, and they were able to get the man advantage on the recovery before Angelic could properly push up and capitalize off all those players down. I think that was the decision that really turned the tides for them and make sure they got that lead on lock.
Indeed. And once again, this was quite a close game. Angelic was about 60 points, while LSS was about in the 50s. So if things went just a bit more better, this game could have gone to Angelic.
Yeah, these teams are just back and forth, but LSS just keeps getting the slight upper hand with that such dominant opening push. They didn't even need to worry about pushing forwards that any much more times, you know? They had majority tempo control, meaning they had the cards in their hand to either play super aggressively and make sure Angelic can't recover and can't properly regroup, or they can play defensively and just turn over, make sure that Angelic can't get past them. It's the position that you exactly kind of want to be in fights like this, where even if you are trading out back and forth majority of the game, you're still going to come out on top.
Indeed. And now we move on to Hagglefish Market Rainmaker.
Ooh, I know Rainmaker on this map isn't the most favored one. Not a lot of players typically think Hagglefish Market and immediately go to Rainmaker. It's usually splat zones, but that doesn't mean that you gotta count things out here. There are some very good play potential here, especially on that first checkpoint from mid. Jumping that Rainmaker from that checkpoint to the platform can knock out a lot of points. And if you can get that jump right, that could be a very, very good tempo control at the perfect opportunity.
And you know, especially in that jump, the specials like Tri-Strike and Booyah Bomb. And Booyah Bomb is quite useful because honestly those things defend you quite well, because the opposing team can't really get close at all and can't have to shoot in the dark. But it seems like LSS and Angelic, I don't think I've ever seen them play a weapon with any of those specials.
I don't think so either. Unless they pull out some alternate kits, and even then, I think it gets a little bit fishy there because I don't think there's a I memory's bad, so you're gonna have to forgive me. But I'm pretty sure some of the weapons that the just the base weapons alone that we've seen both of these teams play. I don't think there's any. You know what? No, I lied. I do remember seeing tri-strikes on one team, but I forgot which team.
Well. If they do pull out the tri-strike or the beer bomb, it might just change the tides and go in their favor.
Yeah, the charge strike is definitely going to be the key here as well. Something that a lot of players do kind of tend to forget about is you also have a second checkpoint to take the Rainmaker on. There's that left checkpoint that you can take it to, and it's kind of out of the way, and it doesn't really grant you the opportunity to get extra quick and easy points, but it is slightly closer, and it could be easier to try and take. So it's always an opportunity. It's always an option to just keep in mind, especially in tense situations. But if it's up to the players to see if they actually even consider going to that second checkpoint.
And just as I've said, it seems like both teams have pulled out a tri-strike weapon, a T-Tech on the side of LSS, while a V bucket on the side of Angelic. This is anyone's game right now.
As it has been past 2 games, these teams are going to be at neck and neck already. An opening trade by both teams, but LSS has the opening cooler, as well as Angelic having a cooler of their own to try and counteract it. It's just back and forth evenness with these 2 teams. Once one team does something, the other team responds in the same exact way. But tri-strikes are out. Kraken's going into clear space along with the Wiper. It's just chaos to clear the front line.
After all that entire bloodbath in mid, it seems like LSS have managed to get the lead just by a little bit, but it seems like Angelic have mounted their own defense, taking out 3 members of LSS and going for the lead and the first checkpoint. It seems like they do in the panic of LSS respawning. If they are able to ride the momentum, Angel Inc. might just get a knockout in the first 3 seconds of the game, but it seems like LSS has another thing to say about that, being quite aggressive in their defense, not letting anyone on top of that Rainmaker, but Nikki, almost jumps it and gets a decent point lead for Angelic before they get stopped and pushed back into mid by LSS.
That's a surprising point grab, because in order to actually get considered for points, the Rainmaker needs to be on the ground, and the fact that the Rainmaker got splatted in mid-air and got reset back to the checkpoint, but still the points accounted for, that's huge. And in order for the other team to get to that point, they need to do that same exact thing, which is be much harder considering that first checkpoint's still up. And getting 34 points off of just that single initial lead, that's such a huge thing.
Ooh, but it seems like Angelic, despite getting that lead, is on the back foot right now. LSS doing their hardest to break through mid and go towards the first checkpoint, but they just get shut down, leaving only the Carbon left. Ceiling taking out 2 members of Angelic, trying their hardest to stall long enough for the team members to return and help them out to get that first checkpoint. It seems like LSS has most of the map so far. Ooh, Ceiling taking out one member with the Zuko, but they took too long and the Rainmaker has already reset. As long as Ceiling takes out one members, they distract the rest of Angelic long enough for LSS to get the first checkpoint. And it seems like the ball is continually rolling over them, and it seems like they're going for a knockout.
That Carbon roller just cracked them wide open, and from what was a dominant lead from them, just got crumbled away by one Carbon roller.
Oh yes, Ceiling right there, just showing how good Carbon can be once they're on a roll and allowed to do what they can. An absolute shock in murky waters they were.
Oh, Yeah, see, it's situations like that where you have to be mindful. You have to be mindful of the paint around you because there was some extra paint on the enemy platform. That carbon roller was able to use that, and since it had Ninja Squid. They had no idea where Angelic had no idea where the carbon was. LSS had free reign on that platform because they had that paint still there. It was a utter bloodbath.
Indeed. Indeed, and the Wiper Cotton also did really well once the carbon went down, taking out multiple members of the returning Angel Inc., allowing for that knockout to happen.
Oh, and it's so unfortunate because Angelic got that huge 34-point lead on what practically was their initial push. Now just got utterly punched back and are down for the count for that game. 3 down, current score 3-0. We're going to be going Umami Ruin Splat Zone. We're going to see exactly how Angelic wants to try and protect this recovery, how they want to try and stay in this fight a little bit longer. You still have 2 more games guaranteed 2 more games to try and bring this around. And if these games have been anything to signify what you can do this.
Indeed, indeed. Yeah, both of these teams are quite evenly matched, but LSS just has that little something that allows them to really get on top in these last 3 games.
Oh, it's Angelic is such an unfortunate thing. They had that huge lead, but it just literally got washed away by the carbon roller. It's such an unfortunate thing. You gotta be mindful of that paint, man. You utterly have to be mindful of that paint, and I'm pretty sure that might be a topic of conversation right now in Angelic's comps in order to be more mindful of the carbon roller and make sure something like that never happens again for that set. They might want to try and see exactly what they need to be doing in order to address a missing member from LSS. If they don't see one, they're gonna be mindful, like, oh, we don't see the carbon roller, we gotta be on careful. Or if you're approaching enemy ink, you gotta be like, oh, we're approaching enemy ink, the carbon could be in there, we don't know where they are, we gotta be careful.
Indeed, indeed, and especially on a map like Umami Ruins, which is quite flat and not really having that really varied and uneven terrain, a carbon roller will thrive on this map.
Exactly. And especially with that mid platform, it's the perfect height for the carbon roller just to come up from one side, smack you from the low ground, and go back into hiding and just run away. You gotta be so mindful, especially since, as well, this is a split zone map. The zones are on both sides of that mid platform, and depending on who has control over which zone, that means that carbon roller has access to the entire side of one side of that platform if it's in a situation like this. So you gotta be mindful. And already these two teams are at an explosive opening. Angelic bringing a carbon roller on their own and responds.
Indeed. It's just an all-out brawl in mid. Both of these teams going 2 for 2, but it seems like Angelic are on the advantage right now, getting the first zone and getting the first capture of the zone, ticking down from 100 to 93, but it seems like LSS are trying their damnedest to stop Angelic from even getting past 93. And it seems like that might be what's happening. 3 members of Angelic go down, and LSS get the zone and the lead.
Now this is where we gotta see that. Watch out for the alley-oop from the carbon roller and see exactly their team is painting up forward, getting some terrain for the carbon roller to go in and get some sneaky kills, and they almost did as they're already in the midline of Angelic to try and harass them, but they did get shut down, unfortunately, meaning Angelic now has the advantage here to clean up mid, to clean up zone, and get some points back on their side and give LSS some penalty points in response.
Indeed, they're trying their hardest to try and capture the zone, but it seems like these remaining members of LSS just won't let them at all. These zones have not really left their hands in the slightest. Angelic is just trying their hardest, trying to get the zone, but just get hit by the iron wall. That is LSS's defense.
And now this is here we come into danger territory as we head to the final 10 points from LSS's scoreboard. Angelic needs to make something happen here to try and contest the zone. 2 goes out from LSS. Angelic is now down 2 players as well. Specials are being used. The remaining teams are going in on that carbon, but they get a pick in return. They get 3 down for Angelic. That's not what you want to see as with the cleanup. LSS managed to stay on for a little bit longer, getting this game. Game 4 goes to them.
Ooh, already at match point for LSS. Will Angel Inc. be able to just, somehow reverse sweep from there? Or will the game just, the set go towards LSS? I think Angelic was just, fighting an uphill battle this game because, they were kind of in the disadvantage in terms of paint. LSS was running a pencil and a T-Tech, which just gave them the painting advantage, while Angelic just did not have that much paint at all, having a heavy edit and a bucket as their strongest painters.
Yeah, those final few moments of this game was so unfortunate. They cleared everyone but the carbon roller, the one player they needed to be worried about. And just like that, because they couldn't clear the carbon roller, they were able to clean up Angelic and stay alive in that game, giving that just clean knockout, giving them that 4th game. And now we're at match point for LSS. Angelic has a mountain to overcome. Not impossible, but it's a big mountain for them to overcome as we're going to be heading to Undertow Tower Control.
Indeed. I think this is a map mode you don't see quite often in competitive tournaments.
Yeah, no, not a lot of people like Undertow, for a very good reason, mind you. So it's no surprise that we don't see this map mode very much. But I think this map mode specifically is one of my more favorites from Undertow anyways.
Indeed. Tower control Undertow is really dependent on how well you can get through those checkpoints, because those checkpoints do not give the attacking team any favors. Nope. In terms of trying to defend right below the circle and right in front of Plat. That is very, very difficult to get through if you do not have some kind of AoE special to just try and stop the defending team from doing their job.
I absolutely agree. The main point of contention here is that second checkpoint. The first checkpoint, it's early enough in the path that it generally does not matter. You're not going to be hurting if that first checkpoint loses from either side, That second checkpoint sitting right under the enemy platform is where you want to be looking at, because if you have good control over that second checkpoint, you can deny the enemy team from a potential snowball potential. But if you can get past that second checkpoint and threaten the third checkpoint, that's when it becomes a very dangerous game for your opponents. You gotta have control over that second checkpoint, or else you're just done.
Indeed. And it seems like LSS have traded out their T-Tech for a Splash Nia.
I mean, I'm not gonna say what people should typically play. I do know that there's conversations where if you're playing Splash Neo, you might as well be playing T-Tech. And I think at the end of the day, it goes up to player preference. But I think it's also weird that we see the player. I'm pretty sure this is the same player who was playing T-Tech earlier in this match, but there's some reasons that I cannot fathom for. I am a commentator, not a player, as you can clearly tell. And already, these two teams are just going at it in mid to see exactly who's to be the first one to fall.
Yeah, indeed, and it seems like LSS have switched out one of their players for a Stamper, and it seems like they're currently having the advantage, getting the first few points of the game, having control of mid, pushing back pushing back Angelic pretty far back, but it seems like Angelic has another thing to say about that, pulling out the Kraken, pushing away any remaining members of LSS on the field, getting past the first checkpoint. The lead now goes to Angelic, but it seems like they just got stopped in their tracks by the tri-strikes. And it seems like, once again, LSS are on the offensive. First push going through that first checkpoint, almost getting threatened by the Zuka. They get past the first checkpoint and get the lead once again, making their way towards the second one on a quite strong roll, taking out 2 members. Angelic, 3 members, getting past the second checkpoint. Angelic needs to lock in right now, or this game will be a repeat of the last one.
And this is what I talk about right here. That second to third checkpoint is very crucial for your defense. If you don't have good control over there, it becomes a dangerous game of being able to lose it and have the game just slip away between your fingers. And it looks like Angelic barely managed to able to stop that push that stop before it get any more out of control. 22 points remaining for LSS. They have very good dominant lead. They have majority tempo control right now to play out the remainder of this game however they wish they would like. And already, it might not be the game they want to be playing, as now Angelic are threatening that second checkpoint.
Indeed, 2 members go down on the side of LSS, but in return, Angelic loses 2 members as well, but they get through the second checkpoint, taking out most of LSS. Sealing trying their hardest to try and do what they do and take out the members of Angelic, but it seems like Angelic are making their way towards the last checkpoint, getting through the points and getting the lead. If they get through this, they might get a knockup, but the Stapper tries their hardest to stop them, taking out direct after direct. This is just chaos.
That third checkpoint is still unfortunately up, but Angelic are technically in the lead right now. LSS are struggling to regain control over this game right now, as they're still contesting that checkpoint. Jump after jump after jump after jump. Specials are being used left and right. It's a bloodbath for that checkpoint, but it's finally down. That tower is slowly inching towards that final knockout zone, and I don't think LSS can do anything to stop it as Angelic gets a point on the board.
Oh my god. That was the amazing last few seconds for Angelic. They just, oh my god, they just tried a desperate last stand for the checkpoint. People were just getting splattered left, right, and center. Sealing trying their hardest to go in the rope, but they just got stopped in their tracks by the members of Angelic. And if this momentum is good enough, Angelic might get the reverse sweep, but who knows? LSS is still on match point, so Angelic will need to win another 3 more games to even be in the contending to win the set.
A lot of pressure is sitting on Angelic's shoulders right now. They have a point on the board right now. The score is standing 4-1, meaning LSS, all they need is just 1 game. All they need is 1 game, and they clean this up, and they move into round 2 playoffs, and they send Angelic home. Angelic has to win the next 4 games if they want to be the ones to send LSS home. It's a monumental mountain in front of them, but this could be the momentum shift that they need to get things back on track, as we're going to be heading on to Barnacle and Dime Clam Blitz.
Oh yeah, Barnacle and Dime is quite the contentious map from what I remember, but it is quite preferred on Splat Zones of all modes.
Oh, most definitely. I know Zones is very much the more popular version of this map mode, but we are not on Zones. We are in Clam Blitz, and with Clam Blitz, the thing you need to be worried about the most is your team coordination, your clam economy. Your aggression means nothing if you don't have any clams, and so we very well could either see just a 2-minute 30-second game where LSS just utterly sweeps Angelic under the rug, and they take this game here now, or we see a 5-minute stall fest where both teams are just desperately trying to fight each other, or we're going to see an overtime victory for Angelic, getting them another score onto their board, bringing them to 4-2.
Indeed, indeed. And Barnacle and Dime in the last season, this season patch did get some reworks, adding a little area on the side and a few blocks, so that might change up their playstyle. And people who can use those quite useless sides most of the time to their advantage, I think they can get the leg up, because those spots are very much prime spots for blasters. In fact, I've gone down like multiple times in like opens and like X battle to a blaster hiding in those areas.
It's funny you mentioned that. Those wings, I always forget they're in the game. I'm gonna be completely honest. They really serve not too much to be added. It genuinely baffles me that out of all the things that they could have changed the map, that's the thing they wanted to adjust. And it's all right, I guess. It gets the job done, but it's not really the fixing the proper, I say proper with quotation marks anyways, the proper fixing this map needs. But it is there, and as you mentioned, this is a blaster playhouse, which I can 100% agree with. I love specifically S-Blast on this map. There's a lot of legends you can play around. You can play around with your different range modes to try and poke enemies down or to surprise them, and just in nasty little corners. It's such a I love it.
Hopefully, I think Angelic, if they stay with the comp they did run last game, they might have a chance against LSS, because what they pretty much overhauled their comp for the Untold Tower game, and it worked in their favor. That range blaster player with the Kraken did very, very well in helping their team just get through those checkpoints. And if that blaster player does their best in this game, this might be another point for Angelic.
Most definitely. Those kinds of just throw the enemy team off with just a completely brand new weapon lineup is the kinds of things you need to be doing to try and potentially, not necessarily all the time, but some of the things you need to keep in mind to just try and win out these games, and being impartial cancers that we need to be. I cannot swing one way or the other, but I will say, as the man of the people, the entertainer at heart in me, I want to see Angelic bring this set to a game 9, so we can just see the absolute glory story of just seeing who's going to be the one who actually wins at the end. And we're going to see exactly which one will actually be standing at the end, depending on how this game goes as we head into this next game.
Indeed. And like I said, it seems like Angelic have gone for the last comp they played, the Shot Blaster Zap and Carbon Roller, while LSS seems to have not really changed all that much about their comp.
Ooh, and it was a brief showdown in mid right there for both Carbon Rollers on both sides, trying to gauge each other this time around, exactly how they can use the new terrain to their advantage. But already these two teams are just respecting each other. They're playing out the neutral to see exactly who's the one poking out each other now. Angelic gets the first blood. LSS now are slowly having to be forced to back up just a little bit, but that first blood doesn't mean too much, as they did have cooler active at the moment. So things are just slowly reverting back to neutral. Just a prolonged game of footsies to see exactly who can get out on top.
Indeed, it seems like LSS are doing their best in taking control of the area, taking out members of Angelic, but it seems like instead they are the ones being taken out by Angelic. 3 down, and with Angelic quite strong clam economy, if they get a push going and a power clam in, and it seems like they're doing their hardest to try and get a power clam in, they will get the lead. But it seems like Ceiling comes in from behind, flanking, taking out 2 members, but it seems like that was not enough to stop Angelic from getting that power clam in and getting the first 20 points down on their counter. but it seems like Leggy is still at the basket, taking out 2 members of LSS, despite Ceiling stopping that push from getting as far as it could. It seems like Angelic will not stop the ball from rolling up, holding down mid, but it's just as I say that Ceiling goes on a roll themselves, taking out 2 members of Angelic and getting a power clamp out, getting someone with the Zuka. Things have changed so quickly that my commentary is lagging behind.
These teams are just... Nothing continues to baffle me with this game. I'm always being surprised by just how quickly things can shift, how crazy some of these plays can get. That it comes full circle. I'm not even surprised anymore. Expect the unexpected. You gotta be mindful of the carbon of ceiling. You gotta be mindful of just where your surroundings are at and your active enemy player count, so things like that doesn't happen again. But the carbon roller from Angelic was able to just do work and actually extend their lead just a little bit longer and get it a few extra points. That might be the tempo control that you need in order to actually win out at the end. As we had 2 minutes remaining of this game, specials are being used. These players are just constantly playing back and forth as Kraken comes out. Inzuka as top tri-strikes are looking to clear the area, but no, Angelic is now in the lead with 2 players down on Ellison's side. They're looking to see exactly who can they go after next, and if they can get some more clamps onto their name.
Indeed, Angelic now gets another power clamp in, getting much more stronger lead, but it seems like at the cost of all of their members. But it seems like LSS have managed to take out the remaining Zap and are now making their way, controlling most of the map and starting to mount their own counter push with tri-strikes going out. Will they be able to get the power climb in, or will Angelic once again stop their push where it stands? And it seems like it will go that way, with Artemis taking out 1 member with the Tri-Zuka, telling the other members of LSS to back off. Ceiling nowhere to be found right now, but it seems like with 2 members of Angelic going down, this is LSS's opportunity to get to the goal and potentially get the lead with a good momentum tri-strikes and all the clan economy in the world. But it seems like Leggy is popping off, taking out the remaining members of LSS, stopping the push before it could get the lead from Angelic, and it seems like the push stops there, but 2 members of Angelic go down once again with 40 seconds on the clock left. Will LSS be able to manage another push, or will Angelic have a defense strong enough to stop them?
Alice is being forced on the back foot now as 2 players go down. Angelic has quite the clam economy right now to just stall it out or play as aggressive as they can, but the carbon roller goes in to try and make some plays and play the hero that they will be as they get a pick from that. But with Tactical online, it may be for naught as we head to the final 10 seconds of this game. LSS needs to try and make something happen here additional to that carbon roller play from earlier as we head into overtime. Tri-strikes are out, looking to clear the area. Atop with Cal Tactical to get the extra movement, but the Zuka comes in to try and create even more space, but the Kraken is what shuts down that push, and with additional things, they can't get the players in time. That cloud basket is open, and with the final play coming in from the backline, LSC to steal this game from Angelic.
Oh my god, they somehow managed to eke out the point lead in those last few seconds. Nikkei trying their hardest with the Kraken to take out the remaining members, but it seems like they didn't take out Ceiling quick enough, and that just snowballed into LSS getting that final point and winning the set, moving on to the next round of the Div 8A playoff.
Oh, it's such an unfortunate thing for Angelic. They used their specials so well here. They were able to get everyone but the 1 player that they needed to be aware of this entire time, and that was the carbon roller, which opened up the basket and gave them the opening to just get the final clamp in, just barely winning it out this game with 1 point. LSS moves on in the playoffs, unfortunately sending Angelic home.
That is what That is just a shame. A shame indeed. But that will be the end of this set right now. And the next set will be happening soon. It will be the Div 4 playoff round with Rule of 4 versus Surf and Turf. So check that out when that happens. Do you have anything to plug before we move out and let the next two commentators move in?
Before I plug anything, I just want to say congratulations to both of these teams. They did phenomenally well tonight. Even though the scoring was 5-1 for LSS moving on into playoffs, it doesn't tell half of it, man. Both of these teams were were practically neck and neck for majority of these games, but it's unfortunate that LSS is the one that wins majority of this game. Angelic, you made it this far. Keep your head up high. We are so proud of you for making it this far. But with that being said and done, you can find me both at Twitter, at Twitch, at SBF_dark, where I stream from time to time. I repost some random nonsense, and I just all around have a good time whenever my schedule allows it. My buddy, where can they find you?
They can find me on Twitter and Twitch as well on @K_Olivy. And I think this will be the end of our time here today. So we will see you guys in another stream coming up.
Halfway through a Ludi Tonight quadruple header, and we have saved the best for third. That's because I'm on, and so is Yoko. So, welcome back to Ludi Tonight. We've got Rule of 4 versus Surf and Turf in a Div 4 playoff matchup for the ages. Because, like I said earlier, I'm Nito. I'm joined by Yoko. We've got one heck of a matchup waiting for y'all on the other side of this little break.
Yeah, we have Rule of 4, who I recognize a lot of these names on this team, but I don't know if I necessarily have seen this team in this state before. I've seen them be very good though, but they're also going up a very formidable opponent in Surf and Turf, who has been around for I don't even know how long. It's been so long. They've been playing together in this state, and they're such a great team that's been around for so long.
Exactly. Steven and Chrissy are two names that have been basically ingrained into competitive Splatoon history at this point. Of course, they've had some newer additions, got Gudra, most notably Mangus, who has proven to be very notable and very useful for the side of Surf and Turf. And on the other side of this matchup, we have Rule of 4, a team that formed not too long ago. So you've got this interesting matchup with what is basically the past versus or not even the past, so the present. And then you've got Surf and Turf, and then on the other side, you've got the future in Rule of 4. So I don't know. I like what's being set up here, but of course you got to go over the maps. It all starts over here on Manta Maria Tower Control, game number 1.
I am really curious to see. We've already seen it twice today, of course. A Ludi set that starts on a tower control map, because I feel like tower control is one of those really volatile modes that if your team is not like ready and warmed up to go, the other team can just kind of snowball the tower, and oops, you're already down one game in your Ludi set. And especially because like most teams are used to starting on splat zones, but we don't start splat zones until game 4, which is like well into our Ludi set here. So I'm really interested to see what these teams are going to come out with. Are we going to see some like huge pushes coming out? Are we going to see a stalemate, some mix of both? Who knows?
I tell you one thing, I almost really do think I'm going to see, from Rule of 4 especially, Kronos, the Tent, or the Umbrella player really, specifically Tent and Sorella, possibly even Sorella Tent, but, sorry, Kronos, the Tent player, is one thing I'm almost certain we probably see here. There's Kronos already in the lineup, it's going to be a Tent, I already see it. You talk about starting out, okay, never mind.
Wrong answer.
Aw, dang it. But, I mean, custom range, with all the ledges you have in Manta Maria, I can see it. I can see this working out for them. And then they've also got a actually very good lineup here. A decent selection of bombs. Of course, you have your utilities, or you have your lethals there in the Splat Bomb and the Suction, but some nice utility weapons there too, as with the Sprinkler and the Wall.
And I'm really interested to see this Decavitator on the side of Surf and Turf. I feel like this is that weapon that you always hear people like, this is such a good weapon, but you don't really see it that often, but every time you do see it, it's like, ooh, it could cook. Unfortunately, getting picked there as Surf and Turf gets a little bit of a push, but not really anything besides that first shack.
And Kronos already has quite a few picks on the table, as we saw earlier. Steven is in a very precarious spot there, but Kronos, actually, Steve manages to jump out before any danger happens. Mangus goes down to Rice with that splash, with that Neo Splash, I should add. Rice finishing third at Gridlock very recently with a few more West Coast players. So keep an eye out for Rice as well. Lots of key players on Rule of 4. But so far, it's Surf and Turf making the first few moves. They've gone past checkpoint 1. They're going to be looking straight for checkpoint 2.
Yeah, there was some absolute carnage there in mid, but it looks like Surf and Turf's going to come out on top here, looking to get to this second checkpoint. And of course, if they can get through the second checkpoint, I say as they are dead on tower, well, I'm going to say it would have been absolutely massive, because getting through that street on Manta just gives you so many free points so quickly.
Oh, absolutely. And with the amount of movement and the movability and the coverage that Chrissy's Decapitator gives them, there's just so much they can do with that, and especially with the numbers advantage they have here. Already 2 players down. They've gone well past checkpoint 2. They've got a tri-strike from Rice to watch out for that Neo Splash, but the Bubbler's going to do a pretty good job of covering things from there. Steven has some tri-strikes to respond with. That will take him almost straight to checkpoint 2. A little bit of a challenge from Kronos. There are 3 players already going down for Rule of 4. Things are looking very good here for Surf and Turf.
I've noticed Surf and Turf has been doing a really good job of using their resources only exactly when they've needed to. They've been like saving specials, only popping when they needed to, and that got them all the way to 2 before they get wiped out.
I mean, you talk about specials, that Bubbler buff is coming in very good here for Surf and Turf. Steven using it very well, especially on a tower, which is why you actually see that Bubbler pick, or that custom blaster, which is something you didn't see too often, but I'm glad we're seeing more of here. You're actually seeing it as well from Chrissy with that Decapitator. Huge moves here from Surf and Turf. Unfortunately, it's not going to come out to fruition here as 2 of those players go down.
I'm curious to see now. Tower can be a mode that can kind of pendulum back and forth a lot. Surf and Turf just had a massive push, and now Rule of 4 needs to have an even bigger one, and it looks like they're setting up the ingredients to right now. Gabe going in with that 52 gal, as I say, that gets picked up on the front lines.
Oh my goodness, few players going down. They're trading picks here at checkpoint 2. Surf and Turf doing a very good job pressuring them, knowing how much pressure they can apply without applying too much. They've got the crab, and now they have 3 players on tower, 2 more on court, and it's still a little bit of a stalemate here. Kronos in a dangerous spot. Does at least go out with a trade.
Yeah, looks like that's going to be pretty much the end of the push, but key to note that they did break that huge second check, so if they can get another push going in this last minute and a half, I wouldn't be surprised if they could take that tower all the way to the knockout.
1 special ready from the side of Surf and Turf. Steven with those tri-strikes to go ahead and use it. Gabe in a very sticky situation there, does jump out in time, but 2 players already going down for Rule of 4. Surf and Turf has themselves in a very good spot here. They've been doing a pretty good job keeping Rule of 4 at bay, and they're going to aim to keep that up as we head into the last minute of the matchup.
Yeah, Surf and Turf with the push here is honestly pretty content to play this push kind of safe. They don't really have to take any huge risks here to push that tower all the way to the KO, because they don't have to KO. As long as that tower is just kind of sitting right where it is right now, they are sitting pretty.
Sitting pretty indeed, unless it's Kronos coming around the side. 2 picks there, I believe, with that custom range blaster. Can get a few more on the board. Steven in the middle spot. Kronos trying to sneak by, trying to get themselves in position. 25 seconds on the clock though. Rule of 4 is going to need to make a push. Going to need to make it very soon. That pick should be enough to get them going though.
Yeah, I noticed there were a lot of specials online for Rule of 4 there. They ended up popping them to get this push going, but I'm not sure they're going to have another wave of them in time to before Surf and Turf is going to maybe be able to stop them here. It's currently in Surf and Turf's control. Rule of 4 needs to touch this tower.
They're so close here, but there's a tri-strikes, the DG tri-strikes, and it's all it takes is Mangus hopping on tower to get Surf and Turf their first win of the set, 1-0 on Mana Tower.
Yeah, honestly, just that really big push was beautifully executed by Surf and Turf, and I did kind of note before that game, I said that we might see something like a big push coming out before these teams are used to like kind of how each other play. It seemed like that first push was Surf and Turf saying, here's what we can do, and I'm curious to see future in this set if Rule of 4 has any kind of responses to a huge push like this in future games.
I mean, looking at the replay here, you noted their special usage and knowing when exactly to pop them. It's a lot more than just timing. It's also how it coordinates with other players. You see Chrissy all the way, almost touching that ledge there. But with the way Steven uses those tri-strikes almost to paint for Chrissy and give Chrissy some more cover, Surf and Turf knows very, very well, and I love seeing that type of coordination. They know very well how those specials can help each other. So I do like the amount of coordination they're showing here, and I definitely expect to see a lot more in Clan Blitz, especially in that ranked mode where it requires a lot more coordination.
Yeah, I think now that the teams have kind of like figured out a little bit of what each other are doing, I think Clam's Museum is a really good second map to go to, because you're gonna see some adaptations that you might not see if they just ran it back, you know?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I don't know if we noticed, but this isn't a scrim, so there is no run back. But the good news is that with every game one, I think and I've seen this from almost 3 seasons of playing Ludi, 4 almost, but every time game one comes in, that's not a good enough sample of how the rest of this set is going to go. We could see a clean sweep from Surf and Turf right here, just as much as we can see this game go all the way to a game 9. So I don't know. I want to see some more from both teams, especially with how Surf and Turf was doing so well, keeping Rule of 4 at bay. If we see more of that here, oh wow, okay, here's an ink brush. If anything is going to be able to do it, it's probably going to be these weapons, because goodness, that is a very fast comp on the side of Surf and Turf.
Yeah, some changes coming out from both teams. I see that tent that you were mentioning earlier that you were sure was going to come out. It's finally here in game 2, coming out from Rule of 4.
Yeah, Kronos falls out of the map, actually, but I expected a tent pick the last match, but this set's certainly going to be a good place to start with those 10 picks as Mangus goes down. Kronos able to get a quick pick there, but Chrissy trades it out. Chrissy looked for another trade, but Rice able to equalize things on both sides. Rule of 4 currently holds the number advantage. You can expect that crab to come out any second now, especially with Kronos making her way up. There's the crab. You're going to try to make something out of this push.
That crab spot, I just brought back flashbacks to crab meta, because that was the exact crab spot that I would pop in Div 8, and it would get 2 picks like every time back in crab meta. Just blast from the past, and it seems to have worked out for Rule of 4 there. They're gonna make the first score of this one.
You gotta watch out for Gabe, though. Graves in a pretty good spot to make another clam throw, but they're gonna back up before anything can be made there. Gudra gets another pick. Might be another on Fufu. There's 2. Can it be 3? Kronos already in a tough spot. There's the killer whale coming out to give himself some more help. Gudra doing a very good job here with pressure with that rapid pro deco. As we see some more pressure, Gabe almost goes down. Fufu may go down as well. Again, there's another pick. There's 3 players down. Surf and Turf doing very well. Gudra with a highlight-worthy play here. 3 players down on the side of Rule of 4 as Surf and Turf make their way up.
Yeah, it looks like Surf and Turf's going to be able to claim this plat here. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that power clam being dunked very shortly here. And honestly, if Surf and Turf doesn't claim the lead off this, I would be shocked.
And there's actually 2 players going down, but they got the lead. Can they get the power clam in? For good measure, they do. 57 points remaining for Surf and Turf as Rule of 4 have scored a power clam, but they have to get past 10 more penalty points to get themselves back on the board. So good news that they have the specials, but do they have the numbers? Kronos goes down almost immediately after that Zuka comes out. Mangus applying lots of pressure to that crab. 2 players already down from Rule of 4. Surf and Turf still holding things down.
It was honestly like a really good crab spot until Rice was able to see everything that was around them. And unfortunately for them, they weren't able to get as much value they really wanted off of that crab. And that was really what Rule 4 wanted to open it up. But it looks like they're not going to be able to get anything here. Still trying to fight for mid.
Yes, you say it's still a fight for mid. It seems to be the story for most of this set. As I say that, Rule of 4 is getting closer and closer to that basket. Rice with the power clam in tow. They've got the power clam in. That's another score. Can we see some more points coming out of them? It's going to be tough because they have 2 players in mid. That middle spinner there. No dice for them as Surf and Turf continue to hold things down. I mean, something has to be said about how well Surf and Turf is keeping Rule of 4 out of range.
Yeah, I can't help but feel that power clam score was honestly not quite a good thing for Rule 4 because they kind of had to spend everything they had just to get that power clam in. and they didn't even get the lead off that. In fact, another just solo power clam wouldn't even get the lead at this point. And that, of course, gives Surf and Turf a free pity clam.
Ooh!
And a double from Azuka comes out, shutting me up very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about commentator's burst, commentator's curse. Sorry, that's a commentator's blessing for Kronos, who gets 2 picks with that. Now it's just one more clam to get themselves into a tied position. There's only one player left. They did get the tie. Can they get that power clam in? And heck, maybe even another clam in? They do not. That's going to leave them at 58 remaining. No tie for them as Surf and Turf continue their incredible defensive power here by stopping what would have been a lead switching play.
Do have to note, though, now Rule of 4 is within range where one single power clam will flip that lead. And with the timer ticking down super quickly here, if they can get that one singular power clam in, that might as well be the game, depending on how Surf and Turf responds.
Yeah, Surf and Turf are already 4 players strong, 4 power clams strong, but Mangus goes down in the fight with Kronos to the right of your screen there. That's going to be huge for Rule of 4. Mangus has been doing very well as a skirmisher type player here. Kronos is going to start being a little bit of a skirmisher here now. As you see them making a push with that power clam, Surf and Turf still has a majority of the power clams. And actually, half of the power clams you see on your screen now. They do need to pick up that power clam though. Rule of 4, but there's nobody left to pick it up. 3 players already going down. It's all up to the Stamper, who also goes down. Nice little, oh my goodness, Chrissy pop off. That is all that Surf and Turf needs to take game 2.
I think both teams really understood the assignment there. Rule of 4 was like, we just need to get in a power clam. We just need to get this one power clam in. And Surf and Turf was like, oh, you just need to get this one power clam in? What if we just pick off the person carrying the clam, and the person going to pick up the clam, and then the person going to pick up the clam, and then suddenly the game is over?
Well, when you have all these people picking up the clam, eventually something goes right for them, right? Because you got 4 clams, best case scenario, quick KO, worst case scenario. I mean, you got 4 clams, and somehow that leads to a win. That's basically an Exodia.
Yeah, speaking of the earlier moment in the match where Surf and Turf was able to build 4 power clams simultaneously, that's a lovely classic thing I like to call shoving clams in your mouth, in which you just grab all of the clams you possibly can on the map, and then the other team doesn't have the clams to pick up to try and build the balls that they want. Rule of 4 was still able to get the ball, but perhaps they weren't able to get it exactly where they wanted, and maybe that was the hidden factor that prevented them from getting a push together to win that game. I don't know.
I do have to say, some of this defensive ability from Surf and Turf probably comes from their experience. I mean, if you want to know a fun little tidbit, I played against Surf and Turf 2 seasons ago in Season 13 with Aquatic Vanguard. So they've been in the market for a while. But Surf and Turf knows how and when to pay it patiently. I mean, at a 57 remaining spot, like same one S&T was, it's very easy for a player to get, or even a whole team to get a little panicky there. So Surf and Turf holds their composure. They watch every single sneaky spot because they know Kronos or another player from Rule of 4 is going to try to make that sneaky play. I like the way Surf and Turf is showing their experience here, but don't forget that Rule of 4 is still on to come up, so there's a lot to expect from Rule of 4, especially in a mode that will go as fast as Rainmaker on Hagglefish Market.
Yeah, the big thing about a Ludi set is that it's a best of 9 here, so dropping 2 games might not be the biggest thing in the world if Rule of 4 can start to win some of these games, especially this Rainmaker Hagglefish game.
Alright, no major changes from Surf and Turf's comp, and I believe no major changes from Rule of 4 either. They actually got the 52 gal, so 52 gal on Hagglefish Market is a very, I don't want to say underrated, but it's something we don't talk about a lot just because of how well 52 gal seems to do here on this map.
Yeah, honestly, I think 52 gal is just a really good choice in general right now, especially just to try and win those 1v1s that you might be losing. I don't know if maybe Rule of 4 is like thinking they're struggling with that a little bit, and that's why the pick, or if it's just purely a map thing. Who knows?
We're going to see very soon as Coronas actually goes down to a splat bomb from Steven. This is why you always watch both sides of your tech kids. And actually, Steven actually goes down to Rice. Rice sees the flank from Chrissy. Gonna pick up the Rainmaker, sorry. Anyway, as they head for that first checkpoint, the run on the left is very wide open. Rice sneaks by through a hole that Surf and Turf is left open. Can they sneak through another few picks we're about to find out? Or another few points we're about to find out.
It looks like they will be able to get all the way down to 43. I don't think that's enough points to prevent the jump from happening from the other team, but still a solid first push coming out here from Rule of 4.
Rule of 4, or one player from Surf and Turf decides to jump out as Rule of 4, or actually Surf and Turf Surf and Turf starts to make their first push, clears the first checkpoint. They've gone through that first checkpoint. Mangus is the only one left up there. Chrissy attempts to give some help, but it's now Mangus again. Mangus gets a few players down, does have the Zuka to assist him. Kronos had a bit of help from that respawn shield. They don't go down, actually survive that fight. Huge stomp there by Kronos. Mangus was doing a lot of heavy lifting there to keep Rule of 4 at bay, but Surf and Turf continue to keep Rule of 4 slowed down here for the time being.
Yeah, Mangus there was honestly just able to distract, like, almost the entirety of Rule of 4 there, and that Rainmaker was able to make that famous Hagglefish market jump and snatch that lead right back in favor of Surf and Turf. But of course, Rule of 4 not going to go down without a fight here. Looking like they're trying to get a push started, but that Zipcaster goes down, but the tent almost gets to Gudra shutting that down.
Gudra's done so well with this Rapid Pro Deco. It's no surprise they were able to shut that down. Might be able to get a pick on Rice. Nice direct there. And Fufu attempts to make the Hagglefish jump, as I like to call it, but just falls short, courtesy of Mangus there. Ooh, Mangus in the top spot. Can they get the jump off in time? No, they do not. They might be attempting the Hagglefish jump here again as Kronos gets the Zuka up, attempts to get a few more picks. They do make the jump. 15 points remaining for Rule of 4, who is now in the lead.
Yeah, of course, the famous Hagglefish jump, just stealing that lead right back, because they were able to actually push it just that little bit farther. And as I say that, they're even going farther than that. They push it all the way to 3. That's like right at the pedestal. Basically meaning that Surf and Turf, if they want to win this game, is going to have to pretty much KO.
Oh, I love this situation. I love to say that no lead is safe in competitive Splatoon, and a 3 remaining lead can go wrong very quickly in this. I've learned too well that this lead can go south very quickly here, as Surf and Turf is going to stall this one just a little bit more. There are a few players already going for that Rainmaker, and I believe Surf and Turf knows that because they keep bringing a lot of players around that Rainmaker, especially Chrissy here, who can be so dangerous at that close range.
Yeah, I noticed very briefly there that tent actually pretty much had all of Surf and Turf looking at them, but Rule of 4 really wasn't able to capitalize on that, and now Surf and Turf is just slowly inching forward, looking like they want to get on this plat sooner rather than later, but the Rainmaker's kind of caught alone here. Gonna get picked by that Zipcaster.
Oh, Gudra noticed the Zipcaster, actually noticed the Stamper, and actually tried to go for the Stamper, but Gabe popped off that Zipcaster in time to get the Rainmaker pick. Rule of 4 still holds on to the lead for now, and they hold on to a numbers advantage. 2 players going down on the side of Surf and Turf. Rule of 4 now has another opportunity to at least stall the Rainmaker and make sure that is less time Surf and Turf spends with it. But Surf and Turf is going to make it very difficult, especially with Mangus closing the gaps there, be it paint or picks. Mangus has them covered. Surf and Turf has another opportunity here.
Yeah, this will probably be the last opportunity Surf and Turf has here to win this game. They need the push right now, or else they're going to drop this Rainmaker Hagglefish game. Trying to just get this set up here, trying to get onto the plat. Not sure if they're going to be able to do it, especially with that Rapid Pro going down. 2 down now, only 10 seconds left. Zipcaster trying to pick the Rainmaker. They do. Only 5 seconds left. It looks like Rule 4 is going to wrap up this game unless Surf and Turf can get an absolute miracle.
And that miracle could have started by popping the Rainmaker's shield, but Rule of 4 takes their first victory of the set, bringing it to 1-2. Still in Surf and Turf's favor, but now Rule of 4 has to be on Surf and Turf's radar.
Yeah, I think just winning that first game in any Ludi set is always the biggest thing, of just knowing that you can take a game at like any, and during any Ludi set, And once you win the first, suddenly your mental is getting a lot better, and you're like, hey, wait a minute, it's time to start winning more.
Yes, like you said, especially in games with playoff implications, it's way too easy for a team to lose sight of what's in front of them, and especially take it one game at a time. Luckily, Rule of 4 should be doing just that. They know that they win this one matchup, it's going to mean a lot more in the set than if they panic and attempt some miracle play. So, Rule of 4 also keeping themselves within composure, and that's good for now. And it should be even better if they can collect Game 4, bring this set to a tie.
Yeah, and that Game 4 is going to be Umami Ruin Splat Zones. This is such an interesting map to me because I feel like the higher up you go in the divs, the more like completely even it gets. I feel like if you're watching a lower div set, this map tends to be a complete curb stomp for some team gets 100-0 push. But once you get to that like higher low level into mid level range, suddenly this map becomes like very intense back and forth.
All right, two things here. Speaking of lower divs, funny story about Surf and Turf is that there were Div 7 3 seasons ago. In the last Ludi season, that was held on Splatoon 2. The second thing, you're absolutely right, because me with the Grillers have the most heart attack inducing sets on Umami zones, so I totally believe you there. Third, custom Explo, I freaking love it. Please show me more, Surf and Turf. Show me more.
And I will also note, it's not only custom Expo. I saw they are running 3 mains of Inksaber mains, so that custom Expo's job is just to keep firing off those shots and be annoying as all heck, and I love that.
That is, yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, the Inksaber build, that is a very ballsy move by Surf and Turf. And again, I do want to see more of it. But Rule of 4 currently holding on control of the zone. But it might go south very quickly for them. Surf and Turf has 2 picks. Might be 3. Gudra nearly gets the other one, who I should add has switched to the Squeezer now. Instead of drop that Rapid Pro Deco for the Vanilla Squeezer, that'll give them at least the benefit of Kraken and a Splash Wall too, which is very nice to have in a Splat Zones match. And like you said, this is starting to shape up to be one of those plus sets. We haven't seen a curb stomp yet, so Rule of 4 and Surf and Turf are going to prove to make this match very tight.
I will note that Surf and Turf really changed their comp a lot in between these 2 games, and so far they don't have the lead, but they do have control of the zone right now, so it seems to be working in their favor, kind of. And once again, I say that, and the Zuka shot streaks across the screen, almost wiping out all of Surf and Turf. Rule of 4 back in control now.
Look at that. If there was any doubt about Zuka, well, there certainly isn't now, because that doubt has been blasted away by the Zuka itself. Surf and Turf, though, they get control of the zone yet again. Chrissy, they're at least are able to help out with their zone. Rule of 4, actually Chronos still proven to be very dangerous for Surf and Turf as Rule of 4 take back control.
Yeah, it looks like it's a pretty big back and forth here. No team has really been able to get a huge hold for very long. Like I said, Rule of 4 tries to push ahead of the zone, gets punished for it pretty much immediately. Zone's back to neutral. Surf and Turf's turn to push once again. And once again, another 2 down, now 3 down on the side of Surf and Turf. It's just back and forth all over the place.
Wow, look at that. I like how Chrissy is watching for their teammates, and you actually notice that because they're starting to ink for their teammates, but they also saw that 3 down situation go very quickly into favor of Rule of 4, who are still holding on. There are 2 players down on the side of Surf and Turf as Rule of 4 continues to hold on to control. They're down to 20 points remaining. This is going to get very close here. Surf and Turf needs to make a move very soon. 10 points remaining for Rule of 4. Surf and Turf are able to take 2 players down. They should be taking control of the zones here very quickly here. Chrissy needs to paint that zone, does paint that zone, and that's Surf and Turf's control.
Yeah, I noticed during that push, that was a lot of Surf and Turf getting a lot of the picks they needed, but Rule 4 was doing a really good job of still just stalling them out so they didn't get the zone immediately. And even now, they're still keeping the zone neutral, still not having those Surf and Turf points take off the board.
No, absolutely not. It's still very contentious here. with a minute and 40 to go, and just when it looks like any of these sets may go into favor of one team or the other, there's always another stop that the other team pulls out in response. It looked like Rule of 4 was going to be able to seal the deal on this one, but Surf and Turf still making this very close for Rule of 4, who has to be on their tippy toes right now. As we see Rule of 4 actually get a few more picks. Mangus goes down, but trades with Kronos. Serisi goes down to a custom Explo. Rule of 4 back in control.
It really seems to me like this Umami Zones game has been very, like, even neutral has been just ever so slightly in Rule of 4's favor. It seems like when Surf and Turf maybe has that, like, slight advantage, it doesn't result in the zone for them. But when Rule of 4 has that slight advantage, it has resulted in the zone for them. And they've been able to carry that all the way. Now the timer ticking pretty much under this 10-point margin. As I say that, they get interrupted back to neutral here. Surf and Turf with maybe one final here as this timer on the top of the screen takes 40 seconds.
It's so close here. 10 points remaining for Rule of 4. 4 penalty points remaining. They could close this game out. They don't even need 25 seconds. It's already going down. It's already at 5 remaining. And it's already going to be another game in the favor of Rule of 4 as they tie to set 2-2.
Yeah, honestly, very, very strong game coming out from Rule of 4 there. I noted that Surf and Turf had like a kind of different comp in that game. And sometimes, you know, you'll see a team bring out a different comp and the opposing team just isn't ready for it and they get completely washed by it. But Rule of 4 able to make the adaptations that they needed without even thinking about it, able to even up this set at 2 apiece.
I find that Squeezer pick to be interesting here. Gutra is doing very well with the Rapid Pro Deco, in that I almost expected him to keep it here, especially with Umami Zones being a more open map here. There's a lot more opportunities for Gutra to back up their teammates with that weapon. So going to that Squeezer with Kraken, I can still see the chip damage the chip damage advantage you got with Rapid Pro coming in for Squeezer, but what that means is a double triple wall comp for Surf and Turf, making things very difficult and also making it difficult for them to pressure from afar with the lack of bombs. But all that out of the way, this set is tied 2-2, and it's going to be heading over to a game 5, which is going to be tower control on Undertow Spillway.
Yeah, this is going to be a huge game because Surf and Turf was able to win that first iteration of tower control with that huge push on Manta Maria, but now we have Rule of 4 winning these past 2 games, so it's a question of, is Surf and Turf the better team on tower control, or does Rule of 4 have the momentum to keep going with these 2 games they've won and turn into 3, 4, 5 games, you know?
You talk about momentum, and I talk about experience. This is where Surf and Turf needs to show more of that experience. This is a playoff set, so there's already all these implications, all of this high stake. There's already a high stakes environment here. Surf and Turf needs to compose themselves. They know how good they can be and how well they can play. This is going to be an opportunity to show that, because now that Rule of 4 is tied to set, Surf and Turf has an ability to respond back. There's a custom Kraken coming back from Kronos. And actually another custom Range Blaster coming from Kronos. And that's actually a vanilla Range Blaster coming in from Surf and Turf.
Yeah, Surf and Turf also choosing to keep that Squeezer out there that we noted last time.
Yeah, that's a... Okay. I'm starting to actually understand... Okay, I know you were talking... I was actually thinking about the vanilla Range Blaster pick from Surf and Turf. I actually kind of see where this is going here. You have the Wave Breaker. You actually supply another lethal, which I mean you would have either way with the Range Blaster, but okay, another squid bag there from Chrissy. A very interesting play there, but still very neutral here from both teams as Surf and Turf actually finds himself going a few players down. A battle of the blasters goes down on the spine area. Surf and Turf takes the tower from there.
Yeah, I noticed that during that blaster fight, they were actually grouped up to a point that I could have seen that being a double coming out, but actually only being the 1-for-1. And at this point, teams are pretty equal, but Surf and Turf just has that slight player advantage. They're able to use that to get through that first checkpoint. Now trying to approach the second, but they're going to have to back off as they're down the players that they really need to get that going.
I like what I saw there. They actually backed up as you were saying it. So again, Surf and Turf knows what situations they're in, what the win and lose conditions are. It's all the experience coming into play here. There's two players on Rice. Rice tries to make a pick, thinks they have the off angle there, but Surf and Turf knows what's coming up there, so they get to take advantage of that pick. Steven here on the tower as Surf and Turf makes the push towards that second checkpoint, but Gabe is going to try to disrupt things with the Zipcaster. Does go down, but that's two players down on both sides now, and it's going to be an absolute trade for trade here in the middle as Mangus takes control and tries to find some control in this matchup.
Yeah, honestly, really good bloodbath for Surf and Turf, because it kind of just resets to a neutral position, except for the fact that the player that was left on Rule of 4 side was the Pencil. So Surf and Turf here is going to be able to continue this push. Zuka coming out from them as well, and now they've got 2 down on the side of Rule of 4. They might be able to break this second.
Look at that. Ming is still able to provide some pressure from a distance, but Gabe sees that move from Mangus coming, able to take the pick there. Gabe's still proving to be very dangerous here. Keep an eye on Gabe throughout the rest of this matchup. Gabe is starting to play the same role that I believe, about the same role that actually Gudra was playing earlier, being this little skirmisher that can at least provide some chip damage from range. Especially with the Zipcaster, is going to be more dangerous. But Christie able to take out that Zipcaster before there's any danger. But Kronos coming in from the back there. It only goes down very quickly, though, as we actually see another bloodbath taking place here at the second checkpoint.
That was almost a huge Kraken jump scare, but
Ooh.
thankfully for them, it ran out right as they were about to get that kill. Surf and Turf able to prevent that second checkpoint from even really taking a point off it. And they still are holding this lead with less than 2 minutes to go in this game.
Goodness gracious, still a minute. It feels like it's been a lot longer than just 3 minutes. It feels like this game should have started overtime a long time ago, but both of these, it just goes to show how competitive these matchups are. That 2-0 lead from Surf and Turf was nowhere near what this set was projected to be. There's another one from Chrissy. Oh my goodness. All right, that's gotta be, that's something I'm going to talk about for a while here, but Surf and Turf currently holds the lead, currently holds the tower. At least 3 people going for the tower on the side of Rule of 4. One of them goes down already. Kronos comes out with the Kraken. Steven, the Slosher main, goes down from Surf and Turf, and it's going to be a very close fight here yet again.
I will have to note, I've seen a lot of these pushes coming out from Surf and Turf in this match have been very slow and calculated, and they've gotten the lead off it, and they're really content to not overextend. Rule of 4, we're only seeing push for really the second real time here right now. Surf and Turf has had a lot more quantity of pushes, but so far Rule of 4 has had the quality, and we're seeing them approaching the second checkpoint, and they don't even need to get much farther than it to snatch this lead late in this game.
Oh, but they're going to need to keep those numbers up. Things are going to get very dicey here. Only Gabe with the Zipcaster, but they have the lead anyway. 40 points remaining for Rule of 4. Get the lead in the nick of time. Oh my goodness. Rule of 4 coming in clutch with less than a minute on the clock. As we head towards the 15-second mark, this game's going to go into overtime. Unless someone can get Steven off that tower. 10 seconds to go. Things are looking very, very scary here for Surf and Turf, as they only have 1 player on the tower, and they only have Chrissy, and now Mangus there to back themselves up. But Gabe, going around the side, does at least provide some pressure, enough for Rule of 4 to take it back and win the game.
So now, we've seen Rule of 4 take 3 games in a row here. Now they fully have this momentum on their side. That was a game that, honestly, it felt like Surf and Turf was winning like almost the entire time, because it really felt like they had the more time pushing. Felt like they were in the advantage for longer, but they weren't able to translate that into the massive amount of points that they might have wanted. And Rule of 4 was able to just snatch that lead using everything they had, and that was the game.
And this replay is at about the same, or actually after the time you mentioned how Surf and Turf's pushes were being slow and calculated. What I wanted to note is that Rule of 4, what they have to do now is just make their pushes fast and loud. Don't calculate it. Just don't try. You need to be aggressive. Anytime a team is slow and you have a comp like what Rule of 4 has, you need to be fast and you need to be loud. And that's what they did there, especially sending that, or especially with Rice going up to the side there, which would have been a really nice flank for Rule of 4. I don't know. Rule of 4, I think, is starting to get the hang of things now that we head into a fan favorite here. Clan Blitz on the one and only.
Barnacle!
Barnacle,
Yeah,
Barnacle!
Barnacle! Woo! I love Barnacle!
We can't stop winning.
There's nothing else I have to say about this map. It's Barnacle.
It's Barnacle.
Barnacle.
On Ludi tonight.
There's how describe Barnacle in one word. Barnacle.
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 Who says dime? Who says dime anymore?
No, there's no dimes here, just Barnacle.
Barniesel. Game 6. just thought I would mention it. Game 6.
Anyway. With a Rapid Blaster Pro, Deco coming back out. I know we've mentioned that a lot as a weapon we wanted to see come back, and now it's back. We'll see if it's the difference maker here.
Alrighty, and yeah, I did want to see that Rapid Pro come back. Because I think, okay, well, it's actually just a Rapid Deco. Or yeah, it's just a Rapid Deco. So we see that's going to be Marker and Killer Whales coming out, which is, I think, what Gooch has been running this whole time anyway. Okay, nice little assist there from the Marker, but look at the clam economy. They already have 11 clams with which to start a push here, but Kronos is going to slow things down with the tent, and Gabe from the side with this Platana Stamper. I love the way Gabe is playing Skirmisher in this set. Already is seeking those side angles, proving to be very useful for Rule of 4. Surf and Turf have yet to score that power clam. They've actually lost a few clams in the process. They have the power clam to work with still, but they only have 3, and they started off with 11. They actually have a little bit more now, but look at how backed up they were compared to where they were about 30 seconds ago.
I honestly really liked the discipline coming out from Surf and Turf in that push. I feel like a team that was less disciplined would just kind of run straight into that basket and probably get wiped out immediately because they just wanted to score and nothing else, but they were able to just like think about that for a little longer, and even if it didn't result in a score eventually, it hasn't really been resulting in a big counter push. But as I say that, 2 down now on the side of Surf and Turf. It's time for Rule of 4 to see if they can get something going.
I didn't somehow notice this until now, but that's 2 V shots coming out from the side of Surf and Turf. That is double Zuka. I don't know if the focus is on the tent anymore specifically. At this point, they wanted to pull out all the stops against Rule of 4 as they see 3 players going down. They're doing just that. It's only Gabe with the Splatana Stamper, who's now marked with that marker. Scooter is going to start to make a few moves up their alley. Can they make it even closer? 26 clams in total there. That's 3 power clams. This could be a huge push for Surf and Turf if they can make it.
Yeah, Surf and Turf just kind of looking for their way in right now. I'm seeing that slosher at the top of the screen close to their special. They're probably trying to get it. Probably going to pop it right here, trying to take this space. Just trying to get into that basket. They now have 4 power clams. They're at maximum clams, but they just cannot find a way to get them into the basket.
Wow. Oh, wow. And Mangus there probably looking for a jump back, but isn't able to do so. Now it's Rule of 4. They don't have as many power clams as Surf and Turf started off with, but they still have the clams in the basket, and that's what matters. 44 points remaining for Rule of 4 as Surf and Turf are able to get themselves out of this situation. They've got more orange paint down on the map, which is going to be good for them. They have all the paint in the world in that comp, and they're going to take advantage of it. But Rule of 4 still holding them back. 2 minutes to go, and Surf and Turf going to need to find some points on the board, but they won't, especially with Gabe pulling out that double there.
Yeah, this Stamper with a huge play there. Honestly, it looked like Surf and Turf was once again slowly inching forward, but that Stamper shutting that down immediately. Now it's looking like Rule of 4 is just going to keep up this offensive pressure, and they look like they not only might shave more points off the board, but they're also shaving that clock down incredibly low.
Oh my goodness, Rule of 4. Look at how close together all of these players from Surf and Turf are. No opportunities for them to sneak by to the side, although Gucci's going to try to go for it. Do they know that Rice is sneaking under the basket, sneaking under the ledge there? Do they know that Kronos is there? Kronos gets another pick with the tent bell, and actually a wipeout from Surf and Turf. Rule of 4 getting closer and closer to match point. a minute left on the clock, or nearly a minute left on the clock. They do have enough to clear to check the penalty points. Now they're up to 24 remaining.
As this game goes on, it really feels like Surf and Turf is like asking a question of how do we do this, and they are just not finding the answer. As it's going on here, Rule of 4 is now pushing these points all the way down to 9. They just need 3 more clams, and even then, even if they don't get it, how is Surf and Turf going to come back from a push this massive?
Ooh, things are getting dicey here. Delta Cronus who sneaks another clam through in the nick of time. Rule of 4 now up 4-2, and they are 1 set away from making it further into the playoff bracket.
I feel like as time has been going on, this Rule of 4 team has kind of been like a freight train, starting very slowly, but then just accelerating and accelerating and accelerating. And now Surf and Turf can't seem to stop them at all. They're on match point now.
Wow. Okay, what is this? 4 sets ago, we were looking at what was a different kind of set. Surf and Turf looked very calm and composed. Rule of 4 had, by then, or at least in retrospect, you could assume Rule of 4 hadn't found their footing yet, but now it's a completely different story. We're now thinking about how Surf and Turf could possibly take one back and keep themselves in the game, or if Rule of 4 can close this out in Game 7. I mean, not much else to say. This is a different set. You said it before. This is a different momentum here.
Yeah, I also, just in that replay we saw just a second ago, I actually saw what the final clam was. Rice had 3 clams, threw 2 in and died, and the clam fell on the ground, and Kronos fell like from the top platform right on top of that clam and threw it in right when they died to KO that match.
One more match for Surf and Turf to keep themselves in the game. One more match for Rule of 4 to send themselves into the next round, which, by the way, the winner of this set will be playing against Lush, who beat Magnolia 5-3 earlier today. So that's going to be another exciting matchup to watch, but it's all going to start here for both teams. Game 7 on Rainmaker Robo Ramen.
Yeah, and I mean, the big thing is that now Rule of 4 has won all 4 game modes in a row. They're now back to Rainmaker, which was that first game mode they won on. Of course, it's a different map, so it could be all different, but just from that pure what mode is it perspective, Rule of 4 has an advantage.
Oh, here we go. Here's a Tri-Slosher Nouveau coming out from the side of Surf and Turf. And they go back to the custom blaster. That's a lot of paint that you're seeing on the side of Surf and Turf, especially with that splashdown. But look at Gabe. Look at how aggressive Gabe's starting to become with that. With the stamper. Manga's already going down to Gabe. Oh my goodness. I talk about fast and loud. It can't get any faster and louder than this. This is basically a concert speed run here as we see Gabe getting a few key picks for Rule of 4. They're already past the first checkpoint, not even 30 seconds into the match.
It seems to me like Rule of 4 is just kind of asking, do you know how to respond to Gabe? And currently Surf and Turf cannot. Rule of 4 able to get this down to 41 in the first just about 41 seconds of the match.
Oh wow, a nice wipeout from Surf and Turf to respond. This could be their time to pick out the checkpoint. They do get that pedestal through, and now Surf and Turf has an ability to do the same thing Rule of 4 did. 4 minutes left on the clock, and we've already seen both checkpoints coming out. They are starting to leave everything on the map here, both teams, as they know exactly what they're playing for. Surf and Turf keeping themselves in the playoff race and keeping themselves in the playoffs, and Rule of 4 already wanting to make a statement and head into the round of 8. There's another one from Chrissy.
The little tiny squid bag there as Surf and Turf is now taking back this lead, getting the Rainmaker all the way, almost to the single digits, only 1 player left. Oh, the knockout just barely prevented by that little stray 10 shot, but Surf and Turf still trying to go here. That Rainmaker getting picked again, but it's still in their territory here. This push ain't over yet.
Oh my goodness, keep it up, Surf and Turf. This is completely different. Both teams have taken the gloves off and said, no rules anymore. We're just going to go for a push, and we're going to hope it works. It's worked out for both teams, but right now it's working even better for Surf and Turf. who keep themselves at 1 remaining. They didn't get the KO, but man, oh man, that is going to be a KO that Rule of 4 needs to win the set. One they can certainly get, but one that Surf and Turf isn't going to make easy.
Yeah, it really feels like Surf and Turf is now matching that pace that Rule 4 has been setting this entire time, and it's really, really working out for them. It really doesn't feel like we're only halfway through this game because of all of that's happened so far, but Rule of 4 still does have time, but currently Surf and Turf with a pretty big lead.
Oh, this would be very promising with Surf and Turf here. Surf and Turf keeping Rule of 4 staggered. This is an almost an exact opposite of what we saw in that last match. Gudra going for a few picks there. Could have easily gotten them, but there was a 3v1 on the side of Surf and Turf. Rule of 4 able to take advantage of that. Field play is going down from Surf and Turf for Rule of 4. Surf and Turf continue to hold on here. Both teams trading picks as we see things still maintain a neutral, or we still see a neutral battle being maintained here, especially right next to the Rainmaker.
I think we were mentioning earlier in this set the kind of defense that Surf and Turf was putting on, and it seems they're right back to it. They've shedded now like a full mid off this clock, and this Rainmaker is only now just moving past mid.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, we've gotten to, what, a minute 30 remaining, and big pushes seem to have almost drained the field capacity of both of these teams, and we have yet to see that Rainmaker get past even the first pedestal here as we head into nearly the last minute of the set. Rule of 4 going to try to hammer this one in and keep things close, but Mangus there, actually Mangus and Grudra combined effort, making for a delayed wipe for Rule of 4. Surf and Turf still hold on, but they need to watch out for Gabe. Gabe still proving to be very skirmishy there, as we see Surf and Turf able to clear that out quickly though.
That was an insane jump. It was maybe just a couple frames in which they were able to get that jump off, and it almost looked just for a split second there that it was going to work for them, which is absolutely insane. Unfortunately for them, Surf and Turf now not only has the push, but since they have the lead, they're just gonna keep the Rainmaker in these safe positions, just slowly picking off the members of Rule of 4. They don't even have to knock out if they don't want to.
With how Rule of 4, or how fast Rule of 4 can play, they have no choice but to. It's a very good idea to keep it moving forward, because Rule of 4 can be very scary, and with how clutch they've been in the last few sets, especially on Tower Undertow, it's never too safe with Rule of 4 around, as they have one more opportunity for a push to keep themselves in this, or still send themselves into the round of 8. Rule of 4 has one more opportunity as we head into overtime.
Yeah, that Blaster looking like they wanted to end the game, didn't quite get what they want, but now Rule of 4 is 2 down. This Rainmaker's kind of alone, just need one member of Surf and Turf to find them caught unawares.
Mangus?
Looks like Mangus is going to do that, and Surf and Turf is right back in it.
Oh my goodness, we were about to see a really weird reverse sweep, and it looked like for a second that we were going to see it, because we saw that 41 remaining push from Rule of 4, but in the same minute and a half, even minute, Surf and Turf goes up to 1 remaining. I mean, watch this replay here. They go up to 1 remaining. There's still 3 players up there, and they're going to keep this pressure up because they know they have to stop popping power, but Rule of 4 stops it in the nick of time. Wow.
I don't even know how that tent shot got the KO. It was like right at the end of their range, at least from what I could see. Yeah. Honestly, magic. Tent is magic. That buff, I guess, it just gave it magic.
In the words of the famous Todd Howard, it just works. I don't know how. It just works.
And now, Surf and Turf able to take that essential game, and now they could keep going with this. There's only 2 games remaining in this Luigi set here. If they win both of them, they take the entire set. But of course, we're going next to a map that everyone knows and loves, Mako Zones.
Steven, this is, I think, Steven's match. We've seen V-Slosher, we've seen Niveau try, Mako Mart, and actually, you know what? The next 2 games, Mako Mart and the next 2 maps, Mako Mart and Sturgeon Shipyard, this is one where Surf and Turf needs to take advantage of what Steven can do. I mean, you already have already have an excellent chip damage weapon on with the side of Gudra. If you can work with Gudra and Steven, these next two games can be very easy for Surf and Turf to take advantage of. But you better believe Rule of 4 is going to. You already have Gabe with the Stamper, so Mako Mart, you need to be watching the stacks. And then with the uncertainty of whether you're going to see that tent or the blaster come out from Kronos, things are going to still be scary for Surf and Turf, as they don't know what Rule of 4 is going to come out with. But we're going to find out very soon here as we start Game 8.
I think both teams are absolutely in the mindset of we can win this one. Absolutely. I think both teams are just raring to go. It might just be a question of who wants it more.
I mean, I mentioned this last set. Rule of 4 is looking to close this out and go up against Lush next week. But Surf and Turf knows they can keep this within reach, and they have been keeping it within reach. They can put themselves in a match point and send us into a Game 9, but it's all going to start here. Game 8 is still looking neutral as we say things going into the first 30 seconds of the matchup here. Kronos going down very quickly there. 3 players going down very quickly. Oh my goodness, that happened within a blink of an eye, as Surf and Turf is already in control.
Yeah, Surf and Turf doing a really good job there. I think they actually had a player disadvantage, but nonetheless, they were still able to win that team fight, form this first push. But Rule of 4 now looking to retake, gets 3 players down, and this zone's probably going to flip very shortly here.
Oh yeah, I mean that is very quickly. The Rule of 4 responds as quickly as Surf and Turf got control there. Watch for Gabe though. They see 2 players on the other side of the map there. All they're going to take is 1 zip caster to cause some trouble. And there's Kronos actually here coming in for the assist. 3 players already down on the side of Surf and Turf, but it's going to be all up to Gudra, who takes care of Gabe very quickly there. This is almost certainly going to be the lead for Rule of 4, but Surf and Turf has Gudra on their side, who's going to make this very difficult. Another pick on Kronos, still on control is Rule of 4. It's not going to last very long though. Does Gudra know that Gabe's there? They do. With that one hit, Mangus here going to try to provide the assist. Is it enough? Gabe escapes, but actually I believe all these players escape, but Gabe gets a few more picks before going down themselves.
Yeah, it looks like Rule of 4 doing a really good job here of just keeping that zone in their control. And as I say that, Surf and Turf immediately flipping it back, getting it 2 down there. But the zone's still not quite under a huge fold yet. They still need to try and get in front of this zone if they want to get this lead back.
Yeah, no kidding. This is, you need to have all hands on deck here in front of this zone. Looks like what Chrissy's doing there. Excellent work from Surf and Turf. They almost heard what you were talking about there. As we see a few more players, as we see them start to get in front of that zone, Chrissy gets 1 pick with the Zuka. Things are going to start to be going very fast for both of us, Yoko. As we're going to need to start picking up our talking pace, actually.
Yeah, it seems like it because Surf and Turf is now with the lead here, and they're able to push up pretty far past the zone. That 1 player getting picked off. Now we're 3-3, but it looks like we like Rice able to pick off some members on the zone, trying to flip it back in favor of Rule of 4.
We like Rice, and Rice certainly likes picks. That's a triple for for Rule of 4, as Surf and Turf has taken the lead, but Rule of 4 gets themselves back in control. Still, this game is still within striking distance for both teams, and there's lots of penalty points, but those penalty points will go down very quickly, as you'll see here. Surf and Turf going to take control of his own. Rice jumps back in the nick of time, but Surf and Turf getting some people in front of the zone. Gudra all alone there, but they do have Steven to back themselves up, and now Chrissy's going to join in. Gudra and Mangus can be pretty deadly there, especially on that left plat. Do they decide to use that pair up? We'll find out very soon here, as we see a lot of people on that right stack now making a move. Kronos sneaks by a pick with the Zuka.
I think Surf and Turf really wants to get this penalty down and get at least a few more of those points shaved off the board. Looks like they will be able to get it down to 20 before it flips back. And as I say though, looks like this push might continue. 3 down on the side of Rule of 4. This zone still in favor of Surf and Turf, although they did happen to get a little bit of a penalty, so Rule of 4 still with a little bit more time.
Watch out now. Rule 4 has that Zuka ready with Chronos positioned. That is a perfect spot for the Zuka. There is the Zuka coming out. Gudra goes down. Chrissy goes down as well. They've gotten rid of those penalty points, but Rule of 4 is going to get in control. You better believe they will. There's not even a splashdown was enough to keep control of that zone. Surfer Turf gone up to 50 points remaining. These things are still very things could very easily turn with the flip of a coin here as Rule of 4 continues to hold on to control. Game gets another pick. There's 3 players down for the side of Surfer Turf. Rule of 4 has 30 seconds to get themselves through to the next round.
Yeah, that was honestly right what Rule of 4 needed, right at the exact time they needed it, because now they're just able to push really, really far ahead of this zone here, able to get those points taking off the board with only 15 seconds left in the match. If the lead flips here, that's probably game.
This is going to be the biggest overtime for Rule of 4 if they can hold on to. Can he flip the zone within 5 seconds? Lots of jumps going into that stack, but Surfer Turf wins Game 8, and we are going to see a Game 9 in this set.
It seems like Surf and Turf has figured something out here. They've now won these 2 games in a row here, and they're forcing a 9th and final game.
Whew. Wow. All right. This is... I mean, if I talked about the gloves being off in Game 8 and Game 7, this game is the perfect example of that. That I can't count on both of my hands how many times the zone was flipped or how many times the lead, or probably how many times the lead changed, but I can't count how many times that zone got flipped. Everything's off the table now. Game 9, we're just gonna see, like you put it best, we're just gonna see what game wins, or which team wants it the most. I mean, that's simple as.
It feels like both of these teams are really, really hungry to win this set. Both of these teams really, really want to continue their playoff run. And it's just going to come down to this Sturgeon Shipyard tower control game. And every time that this map comes up, anytime I'm commentating, I have to mention one word: Snowball. This is the map that I see Snowball the most often out of maybe anything in the entire game.
Sturgeon Shipyard. Actually, you know what? 9 out of 10 lockout enthusiasts recommend Sturgeon Shipyard. Not even 9 out of 10. It's probably 10 out of 10. I haven't actually done any research on that, but this is the lockout map. So the snowball effect is still very much in play here, because if either Surf and Turf or Rule of 4 get past that, or get past the snipe on the other side, that could very well be game over. That just calls game. But with how competitive the last 2-3 games have been, there's no telling whether we can call this a lockout stage anymore.
Oh yeah, by the way, I actually was able to get in contact with the people doing that survey. Actually, it was 9 out of 10, but the 10th wasn't able to respond because they were locked out on Sturgeon Shipyard, so unfortunately.
Oh my god. I was a little confused when you said survey, when I was like, oh, survey? Alright, whatever. You know what? It's fine. Game 9, that's what we've come to see. This is the set. I believe it's going to be might be the game of the night. I don't know. There's still a Div 3 match to look forward to. And we're already pulling out all the stops in this set. So we're going to see how that next set goes. But we're going to see how this set ends as Rule of 4 and Surf and Turf. Actually, Rule of 4 starts the first push. But they've already got 1 player down.
Yeah, and speaking of pulling out all the stops here, I have to see there's one more trick coming out from Rule of 4's comp. They're doing that crab tank sword. I'm curious to see exactly how that's going to play into how they've been playing, because I feel like the Zipcasters so far have been absolutely immaculate, but it seems to be working out for them so far. They're already approaching this huge second checkpoint in their first push.
Goodness, surely this game won't be anticlimactic, right? Surely. Because this is looking very locked out, favored on the side of Rule of 4 Fufu pops the cooler. Is it enough to get themselves back into the respawn in time? No, it's not actually. They didn't pick up that cooler in time. But Surf and Turf hasn't let it be a lockout just yet. There's still, there's still some contention within the first and the second checkpoint for Surf and Turf in Rule of 4. But I don't know. This is still looking very close, even though the Rainmaker's up that far.
I think everyone always likes to talk about this second check. If this second check drops, and Surf and Turf is doing a really good job of making sure they don't even get anything shaved off of that second check. They've gotten it to 31, but on a map like this, that's not a lead at all.
You know what? I think, funny enough, this is going to be a spoiler for what you see in the next set, because Dreamy Wave does this a lot. There's a lot of fast jumps that can come out from the side of Rule of 4 with how their cooler comp works and how their jumps coming in. They like to do quick jumps and get themselves back in the action very quickly. So I think this is actually kind of a spoiler you're going to see for the next set. As we see Surf and Turf get a wipe, actually. Steve in there pops cooler for Surf and Turf. This is going to be their time to shine. They need to get past that second checkpoint if they want to make things even more. If they want to make things even harder for Surf and Turf, they've already got the lead, and it actually looks like an easy second checkpoint for them. They do get it.
I'm getting war flashbacks right now. This one push looks like it might go all the way. No, it stopped at 4. Kronos is going to touch that tower. Chrissy's back on it, and they'll knock it out. Surf and Turf able to take this one in a huge Game 9.
Oh no! Kronos! I saw Kronos' back turned towards the tower. Chrissy there knows there's nobody on the tower. Surf and Turf finds the waves they need to get themselves to the next round. Wow. Okay, there's a lot to unpack here, but I mean, let's just start with how quickly this push comes out. Mangus just goes straight to action there, goes up to the window, straight to action. There's a Zuka play already, and they've already got the lead, but I don't know when you mentioned this, but they had to get some people in front of the tower, in front of the zone, whatever. They got it almost immediately. This is the fastest I've seen Surf and Turf come into action this whole set, and what a time to have it happen.
I'm just watching this replay, and I'm curious to see, did Kronos almost like lose the location of Chrissy there? Because their movement there really almost seemed like they didn't know they were still there, even though they had just finished a big, huge Trizuka, and that's gonna lose the set for them. Really, really good play there by Surf and Turf.
Wow. No, I mean, and as much as I want to just like sit here and take a breath, I know there's another set basically waiting on the other side of this matchup, but I mean, not enough can be said in this short amount of time. That is an incredible effort by Surf and Turf, not only to keep themselves in the game, but to get the win and Game 9.
Yeah, but that's gonna wrap it up from this set here. But don't go anywhere, because we got one more set of the quadruple header tonight. Before that, Nito, where can the lovely people find you?
You can find me on all the fancy social media apps, also known as Twitter, Twitch, and Blue Sky, all at Nito Unused. And if you want to find me elsewhere, I'm going to be in the chat, because there is another map mode combination coming up that I'm not sure I agree with. Where can the people find you, Yoko?
You can find me on Twitter at YokoPoke_, and on Twitch without the underscore. And that's about it. I think that's going to wrap it up from us two, but don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back with that Div 3 set coming up.
What is up, everybody? How's it going? Welcome to the last game of the quadruple header here on Ludi tonight, here on SplatoonTourney. My name is Kyon. With me on the mic is Jake here. Jake, first of all, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. I've been watching all these sets so far. Earlier we saw a close game 9 right before this, but I mean, Keon, how are you doing today?
I am awake as I can be. I am ready to go for this one. This is actually probably the map, not just the map. These are the two teams I've been looking forward to since I saw this assignment. So I'll set the stage for y'all. Dreamy Wave finishing second place in probably one of the silliest Division 3 groups of recent. Well, of course, punched their ticket on Sunday. TZS or Triggerfish Zone Supremacy finishing first in their group, 4-1 record, but winning out on tiebreakers. They get to play Dreamy Wave. Winner goes on to play Ford F-150. Jake, this is going to be a banger of a matchup.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm very excited for this one. A lot on the line. Pretty much the season on the line for both teams. But I mean, both teams have proven that they're good. So it'll be interesting to see. This is the first time, obviously, we've really seen these two teams meet up in Ludi, since obviously they were in different groups, so they never really got to play. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here.
Yeah, definitely. Let's kick us off here. You guys have seen all top 16 maps. These are quarterfinals games for Division 3 and higher. So we get a new set of maps here. We get to start with Clan Blitz here on Mako Mart. Now this is a map that has gotten a lot more popularity in recent days, especially those tournaments that the higher you go up. So Jake, not sure what your thoughts are on Mako Mart clams.
I mean, I really enjoy Mako Mart. It's probably for me one of the best maps in the game. And Clan Blitz, it's a very interesting mode, because when it comes to this map, the clam spawns, there's very few that are by the basket itself. I mean, you get some that are on the stack, I believe, and then there's some that are on the ramp. But other than that, most of them are on mid. So when it comes to pushes, you really want to build that clam economy early. So we get into this here. We'll have to see what weapons come out from the side of each team. We see the junior coming out and the edit coming out from the side, from that side, and then we see the double slosher from the side of Triggerfish Zone Supremacy. I'm not really surprised to see that expo from Vapor.
No, you should not be surprised if you have not tuned into Vapor enough on Triggerfish Zone Supremacy, the Explo enthusiast, if you will. By the way, Boeing here, which I believe is Mewtwo actually, out of that group, is going to be wielding the Neo sloshing machine as well. I look at the weapons here. You're gonna be seeing dueling juniors, dueling shots as well. What I love out of Dreamy Wave, of course, the comp that ultimately got them the playoff clinching win there was they have centered themselves around that heavy edit with the crab and the blaster of choice that Fusion wants to dish out each go around. So it's up to TZS to see how they get to deal with it. But right now, as we get to see the first couple minutes of the game, we are stuck into this neutral state. So far, only a couple specials up and running, but it looks like TCS has some decent map control here, Jake.
Yeah, they do have good map control. They're playing well on taking control of both stacks here. We do see Vapor there backing up a little bit and giving away a little bit of control because one of their members goes down. But we see here Dreamy Wave actually doing really good at pushing up and taking space off of one little pick here. They instantly switched mid here, and both teams really have the clan economy here. As we see a trade coming out there from both sides, but that's that crab edit down, the edit that we were talking about earlier. And with the Zuka coming out from the side of Dreamy Wave and the bubble, it'll be hard to stop them, but they are able to get the bubble down and able to get one. They do get traded out, but that Explo, that's the strength of the Explo right there, being able to play from afar and do heavy damage. The edit coming out trying to get Pepe, but they trade out there again, a lot of trades, but that's going in the favor of Triggerfish Zone Supremacy as they're able to score first.
Yeah, they're able to score first right there. You saw that bubble just getting shredded down there. Dreamy Wave, however, is going to be running that double bubble comp, I believe on top of it with the blaster and the junior there as well. So it's going to be up to TZS to see how they get to deal with that one. As far as Dreamy Wave they had a lot of good control of the map right out of the gate, but just had a slow start to move upwards. In fact, TCS had found great ways to maneuver around them. It's gonna be delayed 3 down. That power clam will be disappearing here shortly unless somebody from Dreamy Wave tries to save it, which they will not. So that power clam gone. 8 clams are on the board. They do have that power clam that is readily available, and 2 specials. That is the bubble and the triple splashdown ready to go. But there is Mew, I believe, getting on the flank. They're taking on Mirror with that crab tank, and it opens the space, but they have to escape there. That jump back is going to get punished, and the attempted push has slowed down there from TZS. Jake, TZS has good ideas. No push available though for them.
Yeah, and it was mainly just them going down. If you noticed there, as Mew was trying to getting the crab there, 2 went down right by Basco on the side of Triggerfish Zone Supremacy. So Vapor tried to get in there and just get the ball and get out, but wasn't able to. So really, Mew was the last one left, and they were forced to back up as you saw there. But we see 2 down on the side of Dreamy Wave again. Vapor here doing really well at using the strengths of the Explo here, getting a lot of space from farther away. They have the clan economy here, and they have the lead as well. They're just trying really to push that lead even more, because this isn't a stable lead at all. Like, this is 1 ball and 1 clan pretty much. So, but Dreamy Wave's doing really well at using that double bubble comp to their advantage. They've been having pretty much constant bubbles out, making sure to protect their teammates and protect themselves. So we see the Zuka come out here from Dreamy Wave, not able to get anything, and we see the counter Zuka from the side of Triggerfish Zone Supremacy. But it's really been a battle of mid so far.
This really has been a battle of mid here, as both teams are taking control of both stacks on the board, and you know there too. Those bubbles are getting shredded here. Pepe on that flank. Barrett's gonna have to be chased away out of the crab tank, and Pepe is able to dive in deeper. It's gonna be delayed 3 down on top of it, as my phone apparently decides to go off at that point in time. No matter the cost, there is that power climb that is available. That should be another push coming up here shortly. Out of the penalty points, down to 68 points remain. Bigger cushion right away for TZS, as they have broken it down to 59 points remain, and further Vapor using that triple splash on to build a little bit more space. And that Smork on the left-hand side throwing even more clams. The floodgates have completely opened here, Jake.
Yeah, definitely. They've really done well at getting a good push going, getting it all the way down to 23. And while they are 2 down and that push is pretty much essentially dead, make that 3 down now. They still have a good lead, but Dreamy Wave in a good spot here to get the ball, and they get a bubble as well. That's going to be huge for jumping that pity clam if they are able to grab it here. But right now they're just trying to get the clams that they have in right now. They're able to get it down to 65, but it'll be interesting to see if they get that ball and they jump it now.
Really?
They aren't able to get it because the jump was too far back. That's 3 down on the side of Dreamy Wave, and what a defense from the side of Triggerfish Zone Supremacy.
Yeah, Triggerfish Zone Supremacy held themselves together on that defense, and the unfortunate thing is with that was the pity clam. That's gonna be game over, and TCS will start this best of 9 set strong with winning game 1. I love the idea that Dreamy Wave had trying to jump that pity clam, and they probably thought they could get a close enough lead, but TCS regained so much ground and played defensively, and that's kind of how we saw that first game go about for TCS here, Jake.
Yeah, I know the players weren't really in a position, but if you wanted to set that up to be able to get that pity and get it in, I would say that they would probably want to grab that earlier, because they waited until someone died and respawned to grab it, and by then it felt like the push was already mostly dead, because there was 1 down and that was respawning as well as they jumped the ball in, and then more went down. So if that were me, I would have been safe and just tried to back it up, but obviously they thought they could try and get it, and they tried. They had a great plan. They're getting that bubble out immediately to try and get the ball, to try and get jumps in. That was a great play. I think it was just an unfortunate timing there with how the bubble went down and before they could get the pity ball jumped and stuff.
Yep. And when we do move on to this next map here, Barnacle and Diamond Zones, we're going to be seeing all the channel point redeems here in SplatoonTourney here in a bit. But to get back to that point, I feel like they were kind of stuck in 2 trains of thoughts there, Jake. Because you can either jump that pity clam in, get the immediate score, get an even better push, or you can save that clam for a second push during OT. But it's hard to get the retakes in OT once everybody's back. The other key thing too is that both teams also didn't run any coolers either, so you couldn't even fast respawn and try to retaliate. So Dreamy Wave felt like their best opportunity was, all right, we just gotta get that power claim in and then call and see if we can get a better push. But it bought enough time for TZS to rebound. So now we got to go into Barnacle and Dime zones. And Jake, I think we got a taste of how both teams are played. It's almost evenly matched, it feels like a bit, but now we got a slightly different map mode coming up here that both teams have to prepare for.
Yeah, and I mean this map it's way more flatter than Mako. So that'll definitely be factored in when it comes to comps. I would expect for Dreamy Wave they'd probably stick with that edit because Edit's such a good painter, and with Crab or even with Cooler, whichever one you want to choose, you have a useful special that'll help your team out. On the side of Triggerfish Zone Supremacy, I expect the Vapor X blow because it's Vapor. But realistically, I don't know what else to expect from them. Probably same stuff, but we'll see.
Oh. Well, Kraken subbed in, so you kind of know an Ink Brush could be coming up here shortly. So now you got to see how the rest of Dreamwave is going to be doing. Yeah, as noted, Kraken being subbed in, the Ink Brush is there. Expect a lot more skirmishy type stuff coming out of TZS there on that Bravo side. We look at Fusion. It's gonna be the Rapid Blaster Deco with the Inkjet. I like any pick with an Inkjet here in this map because of how that terrain is set up, especially if you can get that lockout there as well. As Dreamwave is gonna get the first cap at least for 2 more points before quickly losing it, and then the lead changes hand fast. So I think the adaptations that Dreamwave has is gonna be in the right track. But of course, TZS, you still gotta respect what TZS can do at any given moment here. As we get a duel for zones, and right away, TZS starts with the control. It's gonna be 2 down on both sides. Now it's just Kraken alive.
Yeah, and Kraken Shark, and they're able to get. Oh, they were almost able to get one there, but good job from Dreamy Wave there, being able to play together. And when the Shark popped up there, that's Pepe going down again. That's gonna give Dreamy Wave the lead, and they're in a good spot so far to try and get this pushed down pretty far. But we'll have to see what specials come out from the side of Triggerfish Zone Supremacy. We see them coming out now, the Whale coming out, and the Zuka coming out. Not able to find much here, but they were able to push up with it. They are able to cap the zone there as well with the X-Blow. But they're soon gonna lose it. It's really just the zone's really just going back and forth so far. We see Vapor going down. That's gonna be huge, but that's 2 down on the side of Dreamy Wave. They're just kind of taking fights here and trying to just take zone as well.
Yeah, it's really gonna boil down to ultimately is just not just who wins out in a lot of fights, but which members are gonna go down as a part of it. The 2 members that, in my opinion, here you're gonna have to look out for if you're a person watching this is Marin and Vapor, because they're gonna be the one that will help stabilize the line for both these teams here. We're gonna be seeing a lead change here from TCS here momentarily, but in the case for Vapor's gonna be your primary backline. You're gonna have everybody try to play aggressive. So if you lose Vapor, you lose some of that painting and that aggression there. Dreamy Wave, by the way, has gone 3 down in an instant, and it will be 30 points and still ticking here. Pepe is still looming large, and they could build off of this. Vapor is the only one alive. I told you before, you gotta see it. Vapor is gonna be the guy you're gonna have to look out for. As the triple splashdown has been dished out, but it's gonna be 8 points remaining and still counting even further. It's 2 down, but is the rest of Dreamwave able to respond? They have taken 3 members out. They should be able to get the zone flip here, unless this splash shot has other things to say, which they will, and it will be TCS at 3 points remaining. That's a solid push, but the game's still far from over.
Yeah, it's a very solid push, but on this map, no lead is safe, especially if you are able to lock out here. We see Marin just trying to get a couple of picks here. They're forced to back up a little bit. The Whale and the Zuka coming out. That's such a good combo, especially with weapons like these on a map this small. But they are able to cap the zone here with the second Zuka. Able to get the junior there. They have control. They have control of the zone. It's neutralized, but they should get it back here quickly. And they're able to just kind of start trying to lock out. We do see here that the shot there, Clover's trying to do something, unable to get a pick there, unfortunately. But that did distract them. It did distract Triggerfish Zone Supremacy for a bit here, meaning that Dreamy Wave should be able to at least get respawn and get specials built up. We see the Whale coming out again from the side of Triggerfish Zone Supremacy, but that timer is ticking down very quickly.
Timer is going to be taken down here very quickly. 7 points and still counting, but the rest of Dreamwave kind of still stuck behind. They understand that they got to push them back further and further and further they go. But that control is taken at the last few seconds there. TCS up 2-0 here after taking on Barnacle and Dime Zones. Again, still back and forth affair, but TCS gets the last lap on that map. I like the adjustments again from Dreamy Wave, but it just really came down to just a lot of fights and the amount of back and forth we saw from both teams.
100%, and I really like what they did there, using the inkjet to try and neutralize. But I feel like that the issue with that was obviously the recall gave gave Dreamy Wave the disadvantage when they needed to cap it most, which allowed Triggerfish Zone Supremacy to be able to just kind of push in and full cap that in a 3v4 situation. We saw the splashdown come out as time expired from the side of Vapor there, which probably would have capped the zone if it wasn't already capped there. But yeah, as you see here, they were able to neutralize it with the inkjet, but as it recalled, the rest of Triggerfish Zone Supremacy kind of pushed up there, which allowed them to quickly cap before Fusion could even get anywhere near the zone again.
And that's a definite, and those were a few key things you had to look out for. And also at the end, Vapor had the triple splashdown anyway. Could have easily forced the zones flip in any scenario for TZS, whether they had to retake it or just use it to secure it home. So I think a lot of things just went super well for TZS, especially the way they played around the map. So now we go on to this third map. Hey, we found Scorched Gorge, Rainmaker here coming up. Now, one comment that I hear that isn't necessarily specific to Scorched Rainmaker. We saw in the earlier top 16, we had some very interesting Rainmaker maps you don't normally see. So we tune into the broadcast every day, and we find a semblance of sanity here. Scorched Gorge, Rainmaker, Jake is almost a staple in a lot of tournaments being played today.
Yeah, and I understand why. While Scorch isn't the best map, but Rainmaker is probably its best mode. It gives a risk-reward factor for certain checkpoints, specifically the one over Greats. Or if you win that team fight, you get a better straight line to the goal. While the safer option, you have to maneuver a bit to get to the goal. But I mean, both options have their own disadvantages and advantages, which makes this such an interesting map because you don't know which team is going to pick which depending on the situation.
Yeah, I think both teams will have to address through this. I'm gonna put out the elephant here in the room for those who are tuning in here. We from the previous matchup, we had we had Rice actually playing for Rule of 4 at the venue where Sunset Surge will be held. Today, it happened to be that two members of TZS are also at Sunset Surge playing this set, so there seems to be a little bit of a Sunset Surge shenanigans here that both teams want to get their Ludi sets out of the way. For those keeping note of that. So for those who are wondering, it is Sunset Surge is tomorrow, so I can imagine both teams just want to get their sets out of the way here. But now we're back here. Okay. So I saw this earlier from Sunday. We saw that Hoom dished out the reflux there, the vanilla reflux with the Tenet missiles. This has caused so many problems for the Grillers in that clinching match here to make playoffs. It's gonna be really up to TCS to see how they adjust as they're gonna run it back with the same comp here, Jake.
Yeah, we'll have to see how they adjust to that. We see the whale coming out from the side of Kraken immediately. Those missiles coming out as well. It's really just a fight from mid. We see 2 going down on the side of Dreamy Wave, 3 down now, and that's gonna be checkpoint. No issue whatsoever. We see that they're probably gonna be able to get more here. We'll have to see how much they get. They keep going all the way down to 38. We're not even a minute into the match yet.
Well, okay then. So I guess there's one way to combat the reflux I noted there, and that's just to win out the fight and just get the wipeout. I guess that also works there too. And I love that Vapor was the one that was holding that Rainmaker there as well. I know it sounds as basic as it can get for those who are noting this, but you allow your spree to still run a lot of deterrence there against Dreamwave and force Dreamwave to focus on you there at that point. So Vapor able to take that Rainmaker home to 38 points for the rest of TZS has helped a lot of matters there. As Clover's going to be the one holding this Rainmaker. See if Dreamy Wave is able to get the checkpoint by themselves, throwing out a few shots, trying to clear up the space. And it is going to be Vapor throwing out that triple splashdown, but it's only going to be there to provide paint. It's 2 members down. Dreamy Wave, though, is caught by Kraken. That is the pick. Sure, it's the wipeout, but it is going to buy themselves a little bit more time, but the checkpoint should be coming up here shortly.
Yeah, they should be able to get a checkpoint here, but that's going to be that wipeout's going to be huge for allowing Triggerfish Zone Supremacy to push up a little bit here. Obviously not too much since they're still kind of backed up into their own spawn, but enough to be able to actually take fights here. We do see the crab coming out from the side of Dreamy Wave. They're able to get the lead and they're able to get it down to 23. We're 2 minutes in this match and both teams have brought it down so far. It's gonna be hard to take lead now at this point.
Yeah, So the good thing that both teams have is that, yes, you cleared the checkpoint, and Dreamy Wave had an even stronger push. Almost a game-winning push, it feels like, too, because it's so hard to get up the ramp. We saw Dreamy Wave had Dreamer's Zone Supremacy had such an explosive push, and they might be able to do it again once more. Kraken's gonna try to clear out the space. That is a critical pick, but Kraken knows where they are. This will be the pick here, and but TZS is gonna be all over this. The triple splashdown, not enough to break the barrier, sure, but there's 2 members down already on Dreamy Wave's end. They pick up this Rainmaker here, as they are able to get the lead. 3 members gone down. The wipeout is already there. Pepe is there with the Zuka, able to work through against Dreamy Wave, and they should be able to take this one all the way home. They will not, though, cut short of the marker. Now, you noted that it's very hard to change the leads there in an instant. TZS just managed to prove everybody wrong there just with that one single push alone.
Yeah, they had a bit of a commentator's curse there as we see Kraken get completely shot by the Zuka there. But I mean, now for Dreamy Wave, this feels almost impossible, honestly. You have to KO, and on a map like this, it's so hard to KO. You pretty much have to go into the opponent's spawn just to get to the podium, much less stay there enough to be able to get up the podium and be able to survive long enough to actually KO the Rainmaker. I mean, obviously you have that armor when you're getting ready to dunk the Rainmaker, but that's still not enough sometimes, especially when you have multiple people going after you. That Zuka coming out of nowhere from Pepe, getting 1, trying to get the last person, and it's 3 down for the side of Dreamy Wave again.
It's 3 down on the side of Dreamy Wave, 1 minute and 10 seconds left to go on the clock. And at this point, if you're TZS, you have no reason to get the KO anymore. You have such a strong lead right away. They're going to pick up this Rainmaker a little early there. The timer wasn't really going to favor them at this point. They're going to be about 3 seconds or maybe 2 seconds, so they won't be able to pull out the full stall there. But it looks like the rest of TZS is just not going to care at all. They're going to win on a lot of the fights. Tandem Missile is going to buy themselves just a little bit more time. Baron's going to be the one that pops the crab, but the crab has gone bye-bye there with that Rainmaker shot, and it is going to be, yes, 2-second difference is going to be there. And Jake, well, TZS, I mentioned before, TZS could probably play for the stall, but because the timer isn't going to favor them, they're just going to try to see if they can get even aim for a KO, but they're going to prove me wrong there, and just like that.
Yeah, I think realistically, Triggerfish Zone Supremacy is just going to try and stall it until there's not that much time left, and then just try and push it as far as possible here. We do see that they go down with 14 seconds left, so Dreamwave should be able to get overtime here, but we see Boeing sharking right under. They're forced to jump out, though, but we just see that Triggerfish Zone Supremacy is playing this really smart. They're sharking. They sharked. I believe that was Pepe that was sharking on the right there, able to get behind them and able to get the Rainmaker, giving Triggerfish Zone Supremacy their 3rd game.
This was literally a game of who got the more powerful push out of the rest. You saw that it was 38 points remaining. The opening start was so good for TZS right away. Dreamwave's like, no, right, no. We gotta do one ourselves. And then TCS like, no, we'll be the one to take it to 1 point remain. And it really was just enabled by just them finding 2 members out of the board, make that a delay 3. Pepe and Kraken were just at the right place to be able to push that Rainmaker further there, as we get to see the game-winning push here by themselves. Yeah, again, Pepe and the rest of that team moving upwards. Pepe gained the last of that spot there to get that wipeout. Also having the Zuka to make sure that they can get a few picks there to prevent Dreamy Wave from playing enough defense. Yes, you already spotted before Vapor can get that slam dunk home. At this point, it doesn't even matter at that rate. You can just play defense for as long as you can. And at that point, TCS like, all right, no, we're good. It's gonna be difficult anyway. And yeah, Dreamy Wave had to just play catch up for the last 2, just didn't work out well for them. So TCS is rolling the first 3 maps. Hagglefish Market Tower Control is gonna be game 4. And Jake, this is gonna be the open-ended question here. What on earth does Dreamy Wave need to do to deal with TZS?
That's a good question.
Yep.
Because I mean, they've tried everything on all maps. They've done really well. They've tried really hard to and had good plans as well to be able to try and take objective, but it's just ended up failing over and over again. So I'm thinking if you're Dreamy Wave, you try and get here, at least on Hagglefish, you really want to try and get a super strong push immediately. Maybe get past that first checkpoint, because that's the easiest one. and then you can try and contest the second checkpoint. But realistically, for a first push, you just want to at least get to the first checkpoint, if not get past it. And then they kind of just got to defend because it's like I said, it's hard to get past that second checkpoint. So you know, a lot of games are usually won based on who gets the second checkpoint. And if both teams manage to do it, well then, you just fight. I don't really know.
I feel like it's a good way to honestly put it though too. Is like it feels like for Dreamy Wave, it's gonna have to start with the best opening initial push. And I figured it was worth asking a shot there because yeah, the rest of TCS has ran circles when they needed to. There's another adjustment which I'll touch base here in a bit. So we gotta see how everybody plays here. Okay, so this is gonna be the fascinating thing. So you get to see Vapor being subbed out. Mork is back in. You got the Junior now on the bubble side, but without Vapor, now you're gonna be running a comp that is just gonna be in your face a lot of the time with the closest weapon there to help protect the midline is that Neo Sasha machine from Moo. On the other side though is a Squiffer change, and that's gonna be the bubble that is gonna be available. So Dreamy Wave is gonna opt to. All right, well it didn't work with the reflux. Let's try the Squiffer, see what happens there. Kraken, by the way, switching to the Octo Brush, whom I remember from the ancient days. There as TZS with the even better opening push. They're going to be riding this tower. They will get the lead, and they'll be approaching the first checkpoint here, Jake. Well,
What
maybe.
a snipe from Luke there. I really like these bubble picks. Bubbles, I really feel like Bubbles been, you know, it's been really pushed up with the nerf to Zuka. In the most recent patch, how it, you know, Zuka does less damage to Bubble now, so Bubble's a really strong option, especially on tower, because you know you know most teams are gonna play a Zuka weapon. It's very rare that teams don't these days, even in mid and low level. So having that bubble to be able to you know, counter that is really strong for pushes. As you see here, Mew able to get one, trying to push up a bit here. Whom has been on fire with these snipes so far. We'll see if they can get more. As we see that really Triggerfish Zone Supremacy isn't trying to push it too much. They're just trying to create space here. That's 3 down on the side of Triggerfish Zone Supremacy though. It's just Smork who's forced to back up. And they're throwing bombs, but I unfortunately don't think bombs are going to be enough here to get to stop them here. As we see that Marin's also pushing up. They have that crab. If they can get into a good spot here, that crab will be very useful. You see one dropping from the side of Triggerfish Zone Supremacy. Marin unable to get up to the tent area for the crab. But that's checkpoint 1 for Dreamy Wave. This is the push we were talking about.
Yeah, this is the push that Dreamy Wave needs to do. It comes in a few minutes later, but here's the best part. They saved the specials when they needed to use it. They saved the bubble fast the first checkpoint. They pop the crab, they pop the Zuga, so you can get any immediate value, and they're able to take this home. The 36 points remain. That second checkpoint can be very tricky to beat here, and TCS is gonna have to recognize otherwise there, as that will be Fusion going down as they go out of bounds. For a hot second. Now, Dreamy Wave just needs to keep this momentum up if they're able to, but TZS, 2 minutes and 35 seconds, we know what they're capable of doing. It's going to be up to Dreamy Wave to see how they can stop it. Zuka's going to be popped, hits the right side of the wall there, and trying to see if they can fire a few more lucky shots, effectively speaking, but Pepe not able to find any, and TZS has 2 specials. They pop the bubble, they pop the Zuka, excuse me. The bubble is raiding the wings if they want to use it, but Hoop is cornered, and so does the shot go down. That's going to be the opening here for TZS here, Jake.
Yeah, they're able to get this first checkpoint, and Marin drops. That's such an unfortunate drop. Marin would have been able to probably contest that first checkpoint, but because they dropped and died, that allows Triggerfish Zone Supremacy to get that first checkpoint uncontested, bringing it all the way down to the second one. The bubble's up. Marin's able to get the bubble and able to get 1, 2 going down. There's one on the tower, able to get it, and there's a wipeout on the side of Triggerfish Zone Supremacy though, and Fusion immediately painting up. They're getting the beacons out of the way from Kraken there, which is huge. But they're pushing up so fast, and that's the smart thing to do. You've got to take control. The crab, unfortunately, going down there, which means that they won't have any specials for that second, or they won't have that special for that second checkpoint. They're building up the other specials, but the bubbler goes down as well. It's just a shot. They pull out their Zuka. They're able to get 1. Pepe comes out from the side, able to get another one. Will they use their last Zuka shot? They're just setting up a prayer, unable to get anything. But they got a little bit of map control with that pick. And Triggerfish Zone Supremacy back ahead in both map control. And they still have the lead with a minute left.
Yeah, 1 minute left to go, and they do have a lead, almost the 1 point difference. But again, not necessarily relevant in tower control. All you gotta do is just get lead at that stage, and that tower is gonna go in 1 speed, as a few friends of mine would have to say. So for Dreamy Wave, now the question comes: how do you utilize these specials that you have just popped? The Inkjet and the Crab Tank just used to build up space right away. But there's gonna be 2 specials on the side of TCS that is ready at the wings. You got the Bubble and the Zuka ready to go right then and there. But it has to go with the picks there. But Fusion is gonna go down on top of it, and it is gonna be 30 seconds left to go, and still counting. They lose 2 right away. They know where Kraken is, sure, but you're already at a man's disadvantage. Now you're having to swim circles, going down right out of the gate there. 20 seconds left, and still taking their Dreamwave 3 down. The respawn's not necessarily favoring them, and again, because they don't have a cool option available, these are going to be some long timers ready to go in the wings, as TCS has asserted a lot of map control at that stage. Moo trying to flank from that left hand side. All you gotta do, Kraken playing this one smartly, just wait around the tower until you have total control. And TCS is gonna be a 4-0 match point for them, and Dreamy Wave is gonna have to look for the Fable reverse sweep if they want to advance.
Yeah, I mean, something I noticed there, at least with their last push for Dreamy Wave, that bubble was popped really early. They popped it before the first checkpoint area even, and it got shredded like immediately. So you got to think, if they had popped that bubble later, maybe they would have been able to make it and get the lead there. This is definitely a game of what ifs from both sides. But as we see here, we saw there I talked about it earlier about Marin dropping as they get to the first check. That was an unfortunate drop, because they got to that first check and Marin dropped and got picked immediately, and that allowed Smork to get that first checkpoint completely uncontested. Nobody in like a 5-mile radius there.
And that's a tricky thing too. Pepe, by the way, 1 step in was enough to kind of break this one through. And that was, I mean, the 1 point stuff was legitimately the difference there from TCS in the grand scheme of things. But again, there too, the bubble may have been popped a little early there from Dreamy Wave. Probably a game of what if we held on to the bubble. But that, again, how everything goes there is how you kind of time the value out of those specials. And now Dreamy Wave is going to have to look to win the next 5. Fable reverse sweep territory. TCS looking for the sweep. Has to happen in crab-like capital clams, which this map has originally been, if I was talking about pre-Kraken changes, would have been the Kraken cheese map of all time. Now you don't have that option anymore. So this map can get a little stally with the way this map is kind of laid out.
Yeah, you can say it gets stally, but once someone gets a push, it can get really steamrolly as well with the clam spawns. A lot of the clam spawns, for some reason, like to spawn really close to that basket. So you want that clam economy at the beginning, but you also kind of have to hope for good clam spawns to be able to keep a push going, because you can either get clams at their basket as you're pushing, or all the way over at your basket. So it's about map control, clam economy, the 2 things that you want in a map, but it's also about, just kind of trying to get picks and keeping baskets open. As we see here, we do see that Vapor switches out for Kraken, so we're going to get that comp that we saw in the first game. And we see Fusion on the Range Blaster.
It's that custom Range Blaster with the Kraken. Now you can use the Kraken to help build up the space needed for better pushes. Hoop, by the way, going back to that vanilla reflux there with those Tenem missiles, which will help a lot of causes. So what it's gonna really boil down to for Dreamwave is just using the Tenem missiles to zone along with the Crab Tank and utilize all that specials to get the value. But those specials are gonna have to wait a little bit there. 2 members, by the way, have gone down. So does Fusion. It's gonna be delayed 3 down there, and Pepe has found themselves on the side. Marin already gone down, and TCS has already asserted good control of the map right out of the gate here, Jake.
Yeah, Pepe going down, but that's not really going to matter much. They're already in a very good spot here. Mew does go down, but Vapor using the Explo. Vapor, pretty much a master at the Explo, master at their craft there with the Explo. One of the few Explo players we do see in mid to high level these days. Explo is not really a popular choice because it's slow for such a fast-paced game, but Vapor able to take advantage of its qualities. We see here Fusion up on the top there, not able to get anything with the Kraken, but able to push one person back there at least. and they're in a good spot now because they took 2 players down and they were able to get them mid control. The crab on the top right there is actually going to be pretty nice. Smork's able to get the bubble off. They're going to try and try to sneak behind the crab, unable to, but they forced the crab to readjust, which really didn't let it do much there. So we see here that Dreamy Wave's going to get the first push, but Smork's behind them. Smork's still on that top right area. They get the ball, and that push is pretty much over. They weren't able to get anything in past that first ball, and suddenly Triggerfish Zone Supremacy has all of mid, most of mid pretty much in their control, and they look ready to push.
Then and that's the interesting too. TCS kind of just spent so many resources basically trying to deal with Marin on that crap that they had to leave some of that opening there for Dreaming Wave. But the good news is that they rebounded on defense. It was just a one and done push. Could have been so much worse with the way that push developed. And by the end of things, one and done push. Dreaming Wave is at least on the board. There's gonna be no silly overtime shenanigans to boot. Now the other tricky problem too for Dreaming Wave, as Pepe gets a double right out of the gate there, you got 2 down. You got power clamps at the ready. So the rest of this group, is gonna try to move up as a unit, trying to see if they can enforce that line in Crab Lake Capital Clans. We do get to see the Fusion pop that Kraken, but the rest of the support has gone down alongside with them. It's gonna be up to Fusion, see if they can get any value, which they will take on Moo just like that, and it will buy themselves a little bit more time there. But that offense from TCS is still lurking large here, Jake.
Yeah, and I think that pick on Mew was a really good pick. It was able to keep the rest of the team back there. So we see Fusion trying to get Pepe going down. Pepe's been really just destroying Dreamy Wave. They've been getting multiple doubles. Their Zukas have been getting value every time. Fusion getting 2. What a direct. Pepe there. Fusion trying to get Pepe, but Pepe is able to fight back there, get them quickly going down. But this is what you want if you're Dreamy Wave. They're looking to reverse sweep, and they're coming to reverse sweep with fire. The Clover getting the Zuka, I don't think it's able to get anybody here, but they have so much map control, and they're really in a good spot here clam economy wise. They have 16 clams and a ball at the ready. Fusion going down, which is unfortunately going to stall any sort of push that comes out, forcing Dreamwave to back up as we see Clover and Pepe's able to get Clover there as well. Pepe bringing out the Zuka, able to get another one, trying to get him, unable to. But this is going to be a push for Triggerfish Zone Supremacy. They're able to get lead, and we'll have to see here how far they get this lead down to.
Oh, I'm not sure if you just saw this, Jake.
I did see
the player
that.
disconnected. It's a 4v3 situation here. This gets a little unfortunate because the lead is not big enough. And at this stage for TCS, you don't have your man permadown at this stage. It's 52 punch man, and then you almost feels like the foregone conclusion is gonna be there at the stage. And also, I believe this is way too deep into the game at this stage. Hoof is just kind of lurking large, just buying themselves a little bit more time. And at this stage, and maybe for TCS are just I think they just kind of just threw in the white flag, realizing all right, we just can't replay this one anymore. Dreamy Wave will take home game 5. Unfortunate situation, nevertheless, for TCS there, but Dreamy Wave will still keep their playoff hopes alive here by the end of that.
Yeah, and this can go one of 2 ways. They can either, depending on who it is, they can either blame that they're at the LAN, or they can just say it was for content. So like, but I mean, either way, that's a very unfortunate DC. We have to see who that is, because I don't think that was.
I think that was Smork. I think, yeah.
Smork, yeah. I don't. Yeah, they aren't at the LAN. That was
no. To our internal knowledge here, Jake, I don't think. I think the only known players from TCS at the current Sunset Surge LAN area is Pepe and Vapor. I think this just happened to be one of those unfortunate disconnects that happened at the point in time. This also could have been the feeling where TCS is like, all right, again, we're one permadown. Okay, yeah, you can still fight for as long as you want, but it almost feels like the rain was on the wall when that moment happened. But at that stage, all right, that it is what it is. You drop that map. Now it's your time to rebound here. Game 6 Robo Ramen Zones is coming up. Maybe possibly with less disconnects there, but I also wouldn't be surprised with the way TCS has also been subbing in it. They're pretty much ready to go at the seams, just trying to make some adjustments.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on one, what comp they want to run, 2, how Smork's internet is. It'll there's a lot of factors that you have to factor in when it comes to a DC, and having more than 4 players on a team. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do. I wouldn't be surprised if, just to be safe, they bring in Kraken again. And I also think Brush is just it's pretty solid on this map, especially especially Whale, because this is a very small. It's a smaller map than especially that top area where the actual zone is. It's very small, so Whale would get a lot of value there.
Yeah, and I actually wouldn't be surprised if Kraken goes out, and not just for the Whale, but also just for the skirmishing aspect with the way Kraken plays. We pretty much you if anybody is familiar there, Kraken tends to play very skirmishy with their ability to play Brush. So it's a lot of things to keep an eye on there for if you're Dreaming Wave. Of course, you've seen a few games there from Kraken there as well with the Auto Brush Nouveau and just the regular Ink Brush. Now, next man up basically for TZS. Dreaming Wave, you win the 4v3 situation. At least your hopes are still alive. But obviously you gotta keep that momentum going by the end of it. The lead was lost in the last second, obviously before the DC happened. So even though you got the win, you still got to figure out ways to deal with TZS by the end of Jake. Because TZS got lead before the disconnect. From what we saw in the last game, we're about to keep it Robin zone. Match point by the way for TZS.
Yeah. We do some contests and we do Kraken coming in on that Kraken coming in on that the direct we were talking about earlier. These are pretty from both sides. That's actually really huge early for the side of River Stones. We really get from the side of Premium there. The backup. And as we see here, they are able to get a pretty good solid push here going.
Yeah, and I think I might have been sent to the void. Jake, if you're able to hear me,
I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Yeah, we're back in. I got sentenced to the void. I think apparently the game they might have been trying to keep me out there for game 6. Speaking of which, by the way, TZS is gonna be getting the lead here at that stage. They're gonna be losing the zones here momentarily. Now that I got myself back situated, it looks like Kraken is back here with the Brush. No surprise here on that side though, Jake, as we do get to see TCS regain control back at that zone.
Yeah, we see here a very unfortunate jump for Hoop here, jumping right into 3 people there. The bubble, unfortunately, bubble isn't going to save you from 3 people shooting at you there. So we see here though, Triggerfish Zone Supremacy is doing so well at locking them out. They gave up the zone once there, but other than that, they've been pretty much playing on the side of Dreamy Wave. They haven't really given up mid at all.
Yeah, and TZS has really good control of that map. You notice there too, just really good control of mid. Now you do lose 3 members. This is gonna be a zone split for sure out of Dreamy Wave, as that Ink Rush is going to go down on top of it. Mirror, by the way, going to be the one popping the Crab Tank, trying to see if they can force TCS back a little more, but to no success. Fusion, by the way, going down once more. It'll be the custom explode there from Vapor that is going to be lurking large. 2 members down. They're going to have to retreat here just a bit as Vapor, dishes out that triple explode. Hoop is going to get cornered on that side, and TCS regains control here. Jake, and they're 3 down. They're going to be able to keep this one going. TCS is smelling blood. They're looking for a semifinals appearance here in Division 3.
Yeah, they had that DC and they something must have like snapped in them. they wanted to just end it before anything else happened. Yeah, they're getting rid of that penalty quickly, and they don't have many points either. So if you're Dreamy Wave, you've got to try and get something ready here quick. They get one down. They have the inkjet out, but that goes down.
That's it.
The splashdown's able to completely paint the zone on the side of Triggerfish Zone Supremacy, and they're just fighting for it. There's 1 point. And Triggerfish Zone Supremacy finish it out. Vapor goes down, 2 goes down. That's gonna be huge. And Dreamy Wave able to keep themselves alive barely though.
Called it too early. I thought the triple splashdown was gonna be enough from Vapor, but Dreamy Wave able to rush it and maintain control of that zone. And they also take out 2 critical members there from TCS that was helping to supply that paint on top of it. Now they have to keep the members alive. That's also the next step. But Moo's gonna have other ideas. There's gonna be 2 down, by the way, on Dreamy Waves, and yet they've lost Pepe on top of it. Moo's gonna have to retreat just a bit, and it will be the zone split here. 45 penalty points, and still counting there. 2 members going down. Make that 3. And TCS is slowly inching their way to a semifinals appearance here in Division 3, but they got to get the last members out of there here with 1:15 left to go and change. They take out the junior there on top of it. I believe that was Hoop that went down, and that's Vapor, by the way, going down. That is their backline down, but there's the surprise there from Pepe. Pepe was lurking large. They're able to take out 2, and is looking to distract Mirror just long enough, and that will be the end of the set. It's a 5-1 set victory for TCS. TCS will meet Ford F-150 in semifinals here in Division 3.
Yeah, what a last game. What a end there for the side of Triggerfish Zone Supremacy. We saw that Vapor went down, and I was thinking that Dreamy Wave was going to be able to push up there and try and at least get the zone kept one more time. But Pepe able to push up and just surprise, distract Marin and get one more there. For their worries, they're able to seal the game there. I feel like Poomph going down there might have been a very huge pick to start off, because that doesn't allow them to throw bombs, and that gives Pepe the ability to shark up, because there wasn't really anything to like get them out.
Yeah, that was one of those things where I noted here too. You got to find critical picks. They got TCS takes out Hoomp, which was one of their members that was helping help supply paint. You know, their 2 bombs had to be thrown to help neutralize it. You lose some of that painter, and now the rest of the group allows themselves to just play very, very aggressive. Pepe was able to shark through, and it was exactly what you know there too. Dreamy was having to play catch up for most of it, for most of the set. The score will say 5-1. TCS had really strong control for a couple of those maps. Dreamy Wave honestly played their hearts out here, Jake, and I got to give a lot of credits to them.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, as much it is a 5-1, but realistically, it definitely feels like a 5-0. Because the only reason that Triggerfish Zone Supremacy lost was because of the DC. So I like you said though, Dreamy Wave played their heart out. They played really well. They had a lot of strong ideas. They definitely showed why they deserved to be in the playoffs. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. So TCS plays Ford F-150 in Division 3 semifinals coming up from a few good friends looking at you, Popgun out there. Should be a very high power entertaining matchup in semifinals coming up. That is going to do it for the rest of us. I will note what's coming up here for SplatoonTourney at the end, but before we do, Jake, where can the people find you?
The lovely people here can find me on Twitch and Twitter at JakeRoot0. You can find me all around the Splatoon 3 category, and maybe at a couple tournaments here or there, depending on how I feel. Keon, where can the people find you?
Find me at the usual places. It's Twitch, Twitter, Blue Sky, Twitter and Blue Sky for the nonsense, and then Twitch for the variety streaming. Smash the follow button wherever you guys can there. That is going to wrap up this Ludi Tonight quadruple header. Just 4 games of amazing action. We even had a game 9 earlier today as well. So the playoffs are getting more and more intense. Now, coming up tomorrow, we do have 2 more streams of Ludi Tonight, but they will be happening on SplatoonTourney 1. Why? SplatoonTourney will be hosting Sunset Surge tomorrow. Again, I gotta get the exact times for when that will go live, but that will be coming up there for tomorrow. We do have 2 streams coming up once again in the NA afternoon, EU evening, and then of course your usual evening slate. Keep an eye out on the SplatoonTourney Twitter and Discord if you are watching for more details. But with that, that's gonna be it for the quadruple header with Jake and our awesome streamer Dynamite, who took us through all 4 games. My name is Keon saying have a good night, enjoy the rest of your weekend. We will see you guys tomorrow for more Ludi Tonight and Sunset Surge on the mainstream. Until then, see you guys later.